Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros open a 10-game homestand. It's the first of a 4-game series against the defending American League champion Detroit Tigers. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. The roof is closed. It's going to be very chilly in Houston tonight. The Astros coming off a 1-6 road trip, really trying to get it fired up against a very good team, Ash.
The Detroit Tigers, obviously the team from the American League that went to the World Series a year ago. They kind of fell apart at that point, but they are a good club. They've added Torrey Hunter this year, and on paper, maybe even look like a stronger team.
And the Astros now have made a couple of roster moves to get ready for this series. In fact, one of them involving the starting pitcher who's working tonight, Jordan Lyles, recalled from AAA Oklahoma City, along with Dallas Keuchel, and optioning Brad Peacock and Reiner Cruz.
Reiner Cruz goes back down. That great stuff up to 97 on the fastball, maybe trying to be the back end of the bullpen guy down there. Perfect that. Brad Peacock has to start finding the strike zone a whole lot more, and we'll see what Jordan Lyles has to show tonight. Really, the numbers at AAA didn't validate his call up now for today. And there you see him from last year. He has good stuff. First couple of times around in the order, pitches well, has a tendency to have a tough time that third time around, and had a bit of a tough spring this year. Some question marks about whether he was ready to really compete this spring.
And now he's worked his way back, and his battery mate will be Jason Castro, part of a catching tandem which has really been productive on this last road trip.
Boy, has it ever. Jason Castro has continued to swing a good bat, and on top of that, he has played well defensively, and the guys have done a great job. The thing about Castro is he's hit the ball the other way with authority and very effectively on the season. 6 doubles in recent games. In fact, leads the club with his 10 doubles. Carlos Corporon had a 4-hit game. It came against Andy Pettitte in New York, and he could have had 5 hits if he hadn't kind of tweaked a muscle in that ball game. It was a terrific outing, including his first home run of the year. Carlos Corporon looked like he was saying, I need to play a little bit more in this lineup. And you can see some of the numbers on the two guys. Defensively, just a great job being done. They haven't had a whole lot of chances to throw out would-be base stealers, but the two guys doing a terrific job. It's a good combination.
Now tonight against the Tigers, who have that strikeout pitching staff, the Astros hitters will try to go to work. Later on in this series, it'll be Justin Verlander, and we'll see more about this matchup in just a moment. to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Well, there was a rarity in the American League last year. A Triple Crown winner. Miguel Cabrera was that Triple Crown winner. He's here tonight after hitting .330 with 44 homers, 139 runs batted in 2012. Ash?
Some kind of hitter. Probably the best hitter overall in Major League Baseball. You combine the home runs, the ability to drive in runs. He's done it year after year. And you look back, Carl Yastrzemski being the last guy to pick up a Triple Crown. And what you see with Miguel Cabrera is an ability to drive the ball out of the ballpark to any part of the ballpark and any yard. You can go to Detroit and see what they have in center field. It goes forever. And he's the one guy that can leave in that part of the yard. I think offensively, he is just a force that you have to reckon with, and most teams simply can't do it.
Now for more, let's go down on the field, and here's Julia.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, this Detroit Tigers starting staff came in this season as one of the best in baseball, but what's happened recently has turned the entire staff into something special. They didn't get the win yesterday, but they kept a record-breaking streak alive. Check this out. The Tigers pitching staff has put together 6 straight games with at least 10 strikeouts. The last 6 games here, most recently against the Twins, 11 yesterday. Justin Verlander fanned 8 of those on the 30th. The Atlanta series, more of the same. 18 strikeout game you see there on the 26th. Kick things off. Anibal Sanchez was credited for 17 of those, which was a franchise record. Now, Astros have been on the other side of performances like that way too often. They're going to try to snap that streak. Only last year's Brewers have a longer streak, putting up double-digit strikeouts in 8 games. I got a chance to talk to Jason Castro, who's put together some great at-bats recently. He said they know it's going to be a challenge. They're just going to continue to stress the importance of situational hitting here as they prepare for this Detroit club. Guys?
Thanks, Julia. Coming up from Minute Maid Park, where there's a cold front moving in. We'll have lineups in the first pitch in just a moment. Series. We'll show you the starting lineup for Jim Leyland's defending American League champion Detroit Tigers, beginning with Austin Jackson, the center fielder. It's Torrey Hunter in right field, Miguel Cabrera at third base, Prince Fielder the first baseman, and you see his great career numbers. Then it's DH Victor Martinez, Andy Dirksen left, Johnny Peralta at short, Alex Avila the catcher, and Omar Infante at second base.
The defense behind Jordan Lyles tonight as he makes his first start. Jason Castro does the catching around the infield. Starting at first, Chris Carter. It's Jose Altuve, Marwin Gonzalez on the left, and Matt Dominguez in the outfield. Fernando Martinez in left, Ravi Grossman in center once again, and it's Brandon Barnes in right. Jordan Lyles comes up from AAA. This is his first start of the season. At AAA, he was 2-2, ERA not all that impressive at 5.32, so a lot of work to be done, and he needs to step up from what the Astros saw back in spring training. Curveball is a big pitch, and if he's going to be successful, that's a pitch he needs to work.
And he begins his outing with Jackson settling into the batter's box, hitting .284 with 2 homers, 10 runs batted in. First pitch is strike one. Mike Everett is calling the balls and strikes tonight. Austin Jackson, 26 years old, checks in with those numbers. He's from Denton, Texas. Hit .300 last year for the Tigers. And that's strike two from Jordan Lyles.
Good looking stuff. 93, 94, well spotted.
Jordan, a supplemental pick after the first round in the '08 draft from Hartsville, South Carolina. He gets a little dribbler up the first base line. It trickles foul. And as Jordan first came to the big leagues in 2011, he made 15 starts and 5 relief outings that year for the Astros after spending about that same amount of time at Oklahoma City. Last year he was 5-12 with a 5.09 ERA, as you mentioned, Ash, and had 7 starts at Oklahoma City. Bo Porter, though, is really high and says this guy has all the skill sets to be a front of the rotation starter in this league.
Watching 3 pitches, I would say his stuff is too good to fail at the level he has failed to this point.
He sizzles with a K, just going right after Jackson with heaters to open this ball game.
If he can throw that kind of fastball, spotting outside edge as he has here early, he should be awfully good. Now, yes, he could bring this down a little bit. He's leaving it mid-thigh and above, but again spotted well on the outside corner.
Now Torrey Hunter, a newcomer to the Tigers, and he's been a pleasant addition to their club. Checking in at .365 with 1 homer, 13 runs batted in. He's scored 19 runs. Hunter takes a look at the first pitch, and it's ball 1 to the native of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, who lives in Prosper, Texas, a 4-time All-Star. He's won 9 Gold Gloves. He came from the Angels. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. This Tiger offense for Jim Leyland has scored 127 runs. That's 4th best in the American League. And you see his career record. Tigers have won 5 of their last 6. They're just starting a road trip. It's a shot foul. They played Kansas City, Atlanta, and Minnesota on their just completed homestand, and they'll go on to play 2 games at Washington in interleague play after this 4-game series.
Swept the Atlanta Braves. It's pretty impressive stuff.
You know it is.
Got pounded around a bit by the Angels, so it goes both ways.
Sure does. Jim Leyland has managed 5 first-place finishers. Oh, nice pitch.
That's the changeup, and it's been nothing but fastballs to this point. We talked about the curveball being crucial, but if you spot the fastball really well, that is a huge key. And then that kind of a changeup, that'll draw a little bit of a smile and not a happy one from Torrey Hunter. Like, how do you handle that thing?
Last year, Jordan Lyles threw his changeup 5% of the time. Now Miguel Cabrera, that Triple Crown winner last year, checks in at .371 with 4 homers, 29 runs batted in for the 7-time All-Star. That one goes deep, and Robbie Grossman back in right center field. The right fielder's calling for it, Brandon Barnes. It's a 1-2-3 first for Lyles. Houston coming up. On this 10-game homestand for them begins with this kind of a lineup for Bo Porter. Robbie Grossman in center field. Jose Altuve second base. Jason Castro catcher. Carlos Pena the DH, the cleanup man. Chris Carter's at first base. It's his first start at first base this season. It's Fernando Martinez in left field. Brandon Barnes in right. Matt Dominguez at third base and Marwin Gonzalez at shortstop.
Defensively, it'll be Alex Avila, good strong arm catcher behind the dish. Around the infield, Prince Fielder, Omar Infante, Johnny Peralta, and Miguel Cabrera. And he plays third better than most people thought he might. In center field, Austin Jackson, flanked by Torrey Hunter. A great one in right field, and Andy Dirks, who can swing the stick from the left side in left field. Rick Porcello goes to the mound, and he's been a bit of a problem. At least he's been dealing with issues. 1-2 on the season in 5 games, 4 as a starter. He's allowed 28 hits in 19 innings. Hard to figure. Not a big strikeout guy. Not one of the guys that you might at least project to keep this strikeout thing going 10+ for the Tigers.
Porcello goes to work against Robbie Grossman. And delivers strike one. Robbie at 152 has no homers and 1 RBI as he begins his major league career. He said his parents would be here tonight. He went 3 for 28 on the road trip. In tight, and it's a 1-ball 1-strike count. Porcello is facing the Astros for the first time in his career. He had a good outing against Atlanta last time, giving up 3 runs in 6 1/3 innings. And the breaking ball dips low, and it's a 2-ball 1-strike count. Grossman has walked 3 times. Well, this Detroit staff, very good. 4th best ERA in the American League so far. That's a strike, and it's 2-2 to Grossman.
Little half swing fooled from this the left side of the plate, and this has been the side that's given him fits, hitting .087 while hitting .300 as a right-handed hitter. Maybe getting that front side opening up and inability to stay back on breaking balls.
That's punch foul. Altuve on deck. The Astros have won 8 and lost 20.
That was an uncommitted swing.
Porcello's fastball is usually around 92 at best. Leaves that one up, and it's a 3-ball 2-strike count. He had to fight for a job in this rotation this spring with lefty Drew Smiley, who's in the bullpen now. That after going 10-12 last year with a 4.59 ERA. He's come right out of the chute in his major league career with 4 straight seasons winning 10 games or more. And the battle continues as Grossman keeps the count at 3-2.
This is quite a rotation the Detroit Tigers have, and you can see why they can win day in day out when they get it rolling, especially with the bats. Justin Verlander, Anibal Sanchez, he's turned into a gem. Doug Fister and Max Scherzer. And Scherzer, a lot of people don't realize, led the major leagues last year in strikeouts per inning.
That's over shortstop, out into left center field. What a nice start for Grossman. He's going to take the turn. He's going to push it to second. Austin Jackson with a throw. He's safe. And Jackson put it right on the money. Grossman still beating it into second for a double, his 3rd as a major leaguer.
He likes those doubles in front of the home folks, doesn't he?
No, he had 2 in his debut.
This is really digging coming out of the box, and he had good reason to. That was a tough pitch down and away. What I like is the way he goes with the feet hard into the bag, extended, and that lead foot hits the bag, not the back foot like a lot of guys do.
He's aboard for Jose Altuve now. Altuve at .336 has the 5th best batting average in the league. He has 1 homer, 14 runs batted in. Third baseman Cabrera is in tight. Altuve shows bunt, and there's strike 1. Cabrera coming in. Altuve with 39 hits is tied for the American League lead. He set an Astros club record for the most hits by an Astros second baseman in the month of April. Altuve tops that one foul, and it's 0-2. There's a pretty big hole in the left side of the infield with Peralta jockeying with a base runner at second.
Porcello's trying to pitch him in on the hands, preventing Altuve. At least that's the thought process from hitting the ball on the right side.
Altuve has hit safely in 23 of the Astros' 28 games. Currently on a 3-game hitting streak. He's 6 for 15. Jason Castro on deck. In the dirt, Avila sliding to his right. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
Don't hear a lot about Alex Avila as a catcher, but has a good strong arm, swings a powerful bat.
Tigers are 15 and 11. They're only a half game behind Kansas City, the leader in the AL Central. Avila had to stab that one to the backhand side on a 2-2 count now. You know, from top to bottom, Ash, in the AL Central, there's only 4.5 games. That's the closest division right now in the majors.
I don't think people are going to declare it the best division around, but I think the Tigers are clearly the best team, at least on paper, in that division. Kansas City's trying to turn some people's thoughts around.
Yeah. Altuve strikes out. That's 1 out for Porcello.
Saw a strikeout changeup from Lyles, and this is the same type of changeup. Now he throws it against the right-hand hitters. A lot of right-hand pitchers don't like doing that. They'll hold back from it. But when they throw it like that, get it down, start it around the knees, it's a huge strikeout pitch.
Porcello, according to percentages, throws that changeup a lot more often than Jordan Lyles. Jason Castro at 284 has 1 homer. He's driven in 4. Been a nice steady player. Currently on an 8-game hitting streak. He went 4 for 9 in that Yankees series and hit .421 on the road trip to Boston and New York. It's a career high hitting streak for Jason at 8. And now with the 10 doubles, he's in the top 10 in the American League, and he added to that with a pair last night. This one gets by Avila, and here's the advance by Robbie Grossman.
That's a classic cross-up. Avila stood up as this curveball starts up, and when you're looking fastball as a catcher, you'll stand up right into where you think it's going to come. And now look at it come back down, and that's a catcher who had no idea that hook was coming his way.
Oh boy. Hello.
Yeah, that was really a hello situation.
And it could be a very costly one now. The infield is coming in with a 1-0 count. Jeff Jones, the pitching coach. Carlos Pena's on deck. Porcello's 24 years old, born in West Orange, New Jersey. Castro looks at ball 2 from him.
I love the way Jason Castro has been utilizing left field, not just to flip some little soft liners that way, but to drive the baseball.
Hey, those girls get after it too. They'll hurt you.
That's ball 3, and it's 3-0. Astros walked 5 times this season. Porcello, with that rarity, winning 10 or more in each of his first 4 major league seasons, all prior to turning 24 years old, with the 5th major league pitcher since 1900 to begin his career that way. Coming with a 3-0 pitch. And that's rocked to left field, headed for the seats. Opposite field, 2-run homer. Jason Castro, 2-0 Astros in the first. Green lighting on 3-0. He hit one into the Landry's Crawford boxes for number 2 of the season for Castro. And Jason now has 6 runs batted in and gives the Astros the early edge.
If you're going to swing it on 3-0, swing it with authority. And that's what Castro does, and just goes back to his bread and butter, which is left field. You get a pitch to handle on that 3-0, you know what's coming. Make it be batting practice time.
Boy, was that a nice result for him. 9-game hitting streak and 2 runs batted in. And it's 2-0 with one out, and Carlos Pena stepping up. Carlos sports a 4-game hitting streak. There's ball one. He's a former Tiger. 234 for Carlos, 2 homers, 8 runs batted in. That was a 353-footer for Jason Castro. You and Jeff Blum were pointing out on some of his doubles on the road trip. Well, if he hit that ball at home, it would be out. But there he had it.
Certainly did that in Oakland as well. A lot of long fly balls. He could have taken advantage here. The way he has swung it, I'm actually surprised that's just his second dinger on the year. Just 6 RBIs, because he's really visually been a lot better than that.
10 homers now, and 10 doubles and 2 homers. He has 12 extra base hits for the season of his total of 26. One hopper back to the mound. Porcello tossing to fielder. 2 outs. Now the Tigers have been the stingiest team in the American League on allowing homers. That's only the 14th long ball they've given up. Their ballpark is very spacious.
Certainly to center field, they have brought the fences in recent years, helped out in that regard with the hitters. A guy like Miguel Cabrera doesn't need any help. They've got Prince Fielder in there. They can thump it. And again, that starting staff is awfully good.
Chris Carter's the batter. And over the top of that one, as it sunk, it is strike one. Carter has hit in 7 of his last 9 games. 220 for the season, 6 homers. He's driven in 14.
It's a great sinker is what that was.
Turbo sinker. That's a foul tip. And so Porcello has changed the eye level there on Carter, and he has an 0-2 count. Carter just flicked that home run he hit in the 8th inning Tuesday night at Yankee Stadium to right field.
Didn't that look easy?
It did. This one's in the air, and the third baseman Cabrera goes over toward the seats and back for the grab. Grossman led off with a double, and then 1 out later, a Castro opposite field homer made it 2-0 Houston in the first. Homer. We want to remind you to tune in to Chevy Hometown Kids every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN. Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score but the experience. Youngster wearing the big star and the H on it. He has watched the Astros take the lead 2-0. Jordan Lyles had a 1-2-3 first. Prince Fielder steps up. Ball 1 to Fielder. Fielder had 302 with 7 homers, has driven in 27 runs, and earlier you might have noticed his excellent numbers at Minute Maid Park. 336 his lifetime average in this ballpark. 9 homers, 26 runs batted in 29 games. He shoots that line drive toward the left field line. Matt Dominguez was playing well off the line, and Fielder went the other way for a leadoff single.
It's pretty impressive when you can defensively hold a guy to a single when he lines one down the left field side like that when you're playing him to pull. His job in left field. Prince Fielder, a little bit like Jason Castro. Nice to have Castro in that conversation. That pop going the other way.
Fielders aboard, and now it's Victor Martinez. The DH with a .212 average, no homers, 9 runs batted in for Victor. Victor missed last season with an injury. He could be a big help for their offense this season. Fouls that one for strike one. Victor's 34 years old. He had microsurgery to his left knee and reconstruction of the ACL, and that after coming off a very fine season. He used to be a catcher, but now the plans are to DH him. Don't want to expose that knee to any further problems. Victor came up with the Cleveland Indians. Outside, and Martinez looks at a ball to even the count at 1-1. In 2011, he hit .330 to finish 4th in the American League. Andy Dirks is on deck. Tigers are a hard-hitting bunch. That's out toward left center field. A long run for Grossman. Grossman spinning back to the warning track. Grossman is able to make a tremendous running catch. Fire it back into the infield and prevent extra bases by Martinez.
You better have some speed to cover that territory in center field, and Robbie Grossman makes a whale of a play, and this just before getting to the wall. That's really all out. You're sprinting, you're reaching as far as you can. You know the wall's coming your way. You can earn some more playing time when you can play D like that.
That is a terrific play. Now Andy Dirks. Dirks, the left fielder, at .211, has 1 homer. He's driven in 5. A play like that can completely turn around an inning and perhaps a ball game. Here's strike one. The leadoff man had reached. It looked like a double off the bat for Martinez. Instead, it's a runner at first and 1 out. Way outside, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Dirks.
Yeah, I don't know if Prince Fielder has any chance of scoring on that ball, maybe, but it certainly would have at least set up a great scoring opportunity with nobody out.
Fielder not being held on by Carter. Andy Dirks, 27 years old, is from Hutchinson, Kansas. Pitch is up, and it's a 2-1 count. Dirks last year had 314 at bats for Detroit and delivered a .322 batting average. He had 8 homers and drove in 35 runs.
He's a good hitter. Slot him in left field, and it just adds to what the Tigers already present offensively.
Miles misses there, and it's 3-1. Dirks played at Wichita State in college. The Tigers really were on that march to a World Series title, but they got derailed. After they swept the New York Yankees to win the American League championship.
It's bizarre how the postseason can go. You can look at a team like the Tigers and think you're not going to totally shut that offense down. The pitching staff is awfully good, and then all of a sudden it just, as you say, derails.
Yeah. Tigers swept the Yankees in 4, and the Giants swept the Tigers in 4. Runner going. There's a drive to right center field. Cutting across, Brandon Barnes. Barnes is there for the catch. And the outfield coverage is very good for the Astros. 2 outs.
Tune in to CSN Plus on Wednesday as the Dynamo travel to the nation's capital looking for a road result against DC United. Coverage begins at 5:30 with Dynamo pregame live, followed by kickoff at 6. Dynamo DC United Wednesday on CSN Plus.
Two outs now, and it's Johnny Peralta. Peralta checks in at 293. Peralta's had some very good offensive years at shortstop. He has 2 homers, 12 runs batted in. He's had 4 years of at least 21 home runs in his career. Came up with Cleveland. Detroit got him in 2010 in a trade. That's a strike to Peralta. The Astros are in a run of tough opponents, Ash. Boston, the Yankees, Detroit, the Angels, the Rangers coming in.
Welcome to the American League, and that really is what you're going to see. It is loaded.
It's 0-2.
They are yet to see Tampa Bay. That's a ball club that has found a way to win year after year under Joe Madden. The Blue Jays have been off to a miserable start, and you'd love to face them during that span. I think they're going to ultimately be a lot better.
They're suffering from the loss of Alan Ashby in Toronto.
Well, I don't know about that, but some strong coverage.
Still 0-2 to Johnny Peralta. You're right, though. I was talking with Gene Lamont, the bench coach of the Detroit Tigers, former Astros coach, before the game about the talent level in the American League, and he quickly agreed. There are so many terrific players and terrific teams in the AL.
Well, the Astros clearly got a chance to see what it's all about going into Boston and New York. You know, the Red Sox were forecast as a team that might be down again this year after a rough year last year. They're playing good baseball under John Farrell. The Yankees are beat up and yet still a formidable club.
Yeah, that was impressive. The way they were able to put their wins together in April with all those banged up superstars unable to play. Swing and a miss, and how about that? Lyles is able to turn it around after a fielder leadoff single. Martinez hits the ball to the warning track for out number 1, and it's 2-0 Houston. Two-run homer by Jason Castro. Join us this Saturday, May 4th. The Astros face off against the Detroit Tigers at 6:10. 10,000 fans will receive an Astros umbrella courtesy of HEB. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com to get your tickets now. Saturday night, 6:10, and the matchup is Max Scherzer and Lucas Harrell. Fernando Martinez taps one foul. There's strike one. Fernando at 231 has one homer, and he's driven in 3. He's had 26 at-bats with the Astros. Come back well from his injury and reported tonight that he's feeling great. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
How about the news that Roy Oswalt is coming back to pitch? He's signed a minor league deal with the Colorado Rockies.
I mean, he's volunteering to pitch at Coors Field.
Wow, how about that? Rockies start off well and they say, get us some help.
Yeah. A little Tapper out to second. Infante over to first. 1 out.
Does anybody really volunteer to pitch that?
Not really. There are many illnesses when a pitcher's turn comes up. Work at Coors Field.
Maybe he's just looking for some padded numbers offensively on his own part late in his career.
Pretty good chance he'll get them, even with the humidor. Brandon Barnes comes up. 372 for Brandon. 1 homer, 6 runs batted in. He has really played exceptionally well in the early going this season. After making an opening day roster for the first time in his career, being in the starting lineup, a lot of thrills in the early going for Brandon. He tries to bunt his way on, fouls it, strike 1. I was asking him about that play in the 9th inning last night as he led off with a single against Mariano Rivera, and then he was running on the pitch, and Matt Dominguez lined to the second baseman, and it was a double play. And I love the aggressiveness, and you just don't see that many stolen base attempts against closers in a 1-run ball game, do you?
You don't see that many base runners against Mariano Rivera, but that was such a pretty piece of hitting, lining one to right field, and then, like you say, the aggressive play. Look at that fastball. It straightened out, and he took advantage on one, and there aren't many to take advantage of, but then that hit-and-run style play, and I don't know if it was hit-and-run or runner going and the hitter swinging, but when it's all said and done, the Yankees really were fortunate with that one.
Yeah, they were 1 and 2. He said Mariano's time to the plate was slow, and I thought I could steal the base.
So he just took off on his own with a green light?
Yes, he has a green light.
Well, there you go. Now, that's awfully nice when you've got a young player who's that confident that he takes advantage of that scenario.
Absolutely. I think the tendency of a young player, Ash, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to say, I don't want to make a mistake here with us down by 1.
Especially in the big spotlight in New York. Yeah, I think that's dead on the money. I think most younger players, a lot of veteran players, will shy away. You got your base hit. Okay, well, let's settle in. Let's see what the next guy can do.
Porter liked it. Just simply did not work out. Porcello gets a strikeout. That's number 2 for him. He is a very good ground ball pitcher. He struck out 2. He's got 2 ground ball outs.
He's got some pitches diving toward Mother Earth. That's that changeup again. And you just get out in front. There's that very short stride, no stride kind of a approach with 2 strikes that Brandon Barnes talked about working on during his winter ball experience.
Matt Dominguez comes up next. Yeah, that previous pitch was diving toward Mother Earth about the way your guys' heads were diving toward the pillow about 5 o'clock this morning, right?
It was about that way. I got home a little before that, although not much. But Pilot did a great job getting us back last night. I thought we were busing momentarily down to Atlanta, the length of the bus ride to Newark, New Jersey last night.
Newark.
Yeah. It went on for quite a while. We got on the plane, and I think he tightened up the rubber bands to max velocity, and we got back pretty well.
It's amazing how you walk around and look at these young players. You wouldn't know. No idea they're working on short rest.
Yeah, that's it's a great lifestyle. There's no question about it. But it was a night game in the Bronx last night, and the guys are back and on the field and ready to go again.
They took batting practice and did the usual routine tonight.
I don't know about some of the broadcasters, but the players are ready.
That's a strikeout looking, and Porcello has a 1-2-3 second. It's 2-0 Astros after a couple. Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Now it's Alex Avila leading it off for the Detroit Tigers. On the road they are 5-7. They've lost 4 road games in a row. They're 10-4 at home. Avila with a 183 average has gone deep 3 times. He has 3 runs batted in. His father Al is the vice president and assistant general manager of the Tigers. He's been there for 12 years. General manager Dave Dombrowski is on the road trip. There's strike 1 to Avila.
Saw Dave Dombrowski down at the batting cage, batting practice time today. He was watching a young kid, Miguel Cabrera.
Oh.
It looked like he was considering signing the kid. Looks like he can hit a bit.
Wow. Yeah, that would be worth the show, no matter how long you've been around the major leagues. When he steps in that cage. No balls, 2 strikes.
It's really been amazing.
Alex Avila was an all-star in 2011. Hit 19 homers, drove in 82 runs. He had to make Dad proud.
Is that a good thing? You want to be on a major league team that your dad is helping in the front office with? It could be good when you are a good player, but boy, that could be really tough on Dad and vice versa when things are going badly.
You think he would ever demand a trade? Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 4 for Jordan Lyle.
What about when you get that late night call from Dad? Hey, we'd like you to consider a trade. we know you've got a no trade clause, but
you are my son. Going over the top of that one, Ash.
Keep the holiday season in mind as you go about this decision. Right in on the hands, tied him up. You can see him shortening that swing, and it's an effective pitch up and in.
Now there is strike 1 on Infante at 306. He has 2 homers. And Omar has driven in 9. Good player. And second base batting 9th. Solid fundamentals. And line drive left field. And Martinez plays it off the wall. Knocks it down. Infante cruises in with a double. Ball sailed to the left of Fernando as he was trying to get over. He went past him and then he turned and played that quick carom, but he couldn't play it cleanly, so that gave Infante a chance to get in.
It's a pretty sound, that baseball to wood when it's right on the money. Yeah, if he plays this immediately off the wall, he might hold that to a single.
Yep. That's hit number 2 for the Tigers. Third double for Infante. He's aboard for Jackson. Austin struck out looking to open this game as Miles just threw nothing but fastballs to him on that situation. We'll see what he comes with here with a runner at second and 1 out. Well, why vary from that routine with it working so well? And there's strike 1.
He's got plenty of stuff to succeed. Talking about Lyles, command just seems to me to be paramount, and mix in that changeup as a strikeout pitch, as a ground ball pitch.
1-1.
Been relying upon the curveball, and he has a good one, but it looks like the arsenal may be more loaded than he realizes.
Jordan threw 81 pitches on Saturday. He went 5 innings, gave up 1 run. That's the most pitches he threw in any of his starts at Oklahoma City this year. With a line shot hit into left field, Fernando Martinez up with it, gets it back in, and it's first and third for the Tigers with 1 out on the Jackson hit.
Now this is where problems really begin for guys who have good stuff, and you wind up saying, why can't this guy with this good stuff succeed more? He's trying to hit the outside corner. He comes with the fastball and just pretty closely comes to putting one right down the chute, and it gets hard hit. A couple of balls sharply hit here in the inning. If you're going to come with the heater to major league hitters, you better have a purpose. It's got to find a corner. It's got to be at the knees. It's got to be up and in.
Torrey Hunter's the batter. He struck out in the first inning. Hunter turned down a scholarship offer to play quarterback for Arkansas. First round pick of the Twins in '93. Signed a 2-year deal last November as a free agent to join this Detroit club after the Angels told him he was not in their bracket for pay. Bounces that one foul. And now many have wondered, gee, what would the Angels be doing if they had kept him right now? Because apparently sometime after they told him that, they signed Josh Hamilton to a very lucrative deal.
Apparently that bracket was reevaluated.
Yeah. 9 of 11 first pitch strikes for Lyles. Miguel Cabrera on deck. That's on through into right field to make it 2-1. RBI single by Hunter, his 14th run batted in.
I get the impression watching a Torrey Hunter, and there aren't a lot around, that when he sees a gap in the defense somewhere, he'll actually shoot at it, and it looked like he may have taken advantage right here.
He found a clean hole. That's 3 hits in a row now of Lyles, and now Cabrera will hit a fly ball deep to right. Cabrera needs one more hit for number 1,000 in his career. And when he gets it, he will become the 30th Tiger to reach 1,000 hits. And he will be the 5th fastest Tiger to 1,000.
4 guys did it faster?
Believe it.
Man.
George Kell, Harvey Keene, Hank Greenberg, and Charlie Gehringer. Strike to Cabrera.
Them boys must have been pretty good.
They could hit.
But I want to tell you, Miguel Cabrera is the guy that will make pitchers' knees quiver.
As you pointed out, he hits balls hard in every quadrant of the strike zone. Goes with the pitch so well and with authority.
You know, during the postseason last year, we saw him exploit it a bit. Fastball in, down and in.
Line shot center field. There's number 1,000 for Cabrera, and the runner coming to the plate, and it's cut off, and that ties it 2-2. Jackson scoring on Cabrera's 1,000th hit. It's RBI number 30, and he wants the baseball.
But apparently that down and in zone hasn't lasted against him. He figures out ways, and he can handle any pitch, as you say, any quadrant, and he'll hang out some of the most amazing line shots you'll ever see.
Grossman's throw cut off by Carter on the 4th consecutive hit of the inning, and Doug Brocail goes out. And now it's Prince Fielder. So this is the dilemma for Jordan Lyles right now. Another fantastic hitter coming up. Fielder shot that line drive hit to left field his first time up, and he was held to a single. The ball hit very sharply. He's now 3 for 5 in his career against Lyles.
So I'm perplexed watching Jordan Lyles. His stuff has dropped off a little bit in terms of velocity, but not enough to account for four hits here in the inning and consecutively. But if he can continue to paint away at corners like he did back in the 1st and 2nd innings, it just looks like he's got the kind of stuff that for 6-7 innings could survive very well.
He does. Second in the RBI race to Mike Napoli. Cabrera, as Fielder works the count to 2-0, and this is quite a double whammy for a pitcher. Cabrera and Fielder back to back in this lineup. Fielder drove in 108 last year. And now it's 3-0 to him. He's walked 20 times this year already.
Big Jim Leyland has had some comfy night's sleep when he goes to bed thinking about his offensive order.
Yeah.
Especially the heart.
Fielder puts it in the air, and Robbie Grossman's over into left center field. With that catch and the runner's hold, it's out number 2. That's a big sigh of relief on a 3-0 pitch. Fielder unable to drive the pitch. And now Martinez will bat.
Get the 3-0, you get the fastball you're looking for out over the plate and try to drive it that direction. Simply get under, and you can see the frustration. That's what hitters feel, but especially the very outstanding hitters like Prince Fielder.
John Maley, the hitting coach. Bo Porter talk it over. Victor Martinez bats. He hit that ball to left center field. That was an outstanding catch on it by Robbie Grossman, his first time up. That's strike one to Martinez.
That was an interesting looking conversation between Bo Porter and, maybe I should say, monologue Bo Porter was having with John Maley. But almost as if he's saying, look at these guys, the Tigers, and the way they go after the baseball and maybe hit it back up the middle and hit it the other way and do it with authority. Now, I don't know that you can just tell every hitter that comes to the major leagues, here's how you're going to do it. Everybody kind of has their style, but if you can teach that ploy and teach it with power, I guess you've got something special.
Oh, yeah. Five hits for Detroit, 2 for Houston. That's a strike, and it's 1-2. Left-handed hitters hit .314 against Lyles on his fastball last year. So he tries the breaking pitch there. This becomes a difficult issue sometimes for a pitcher who's been in the minor leagues, and something works at that level but not at this level. Martinez checked his swing, and it's 2-2. Martinez is from Venezuela. The Astros will be headed for Detroit soon on the next road trip. They'll be there May 13th, 14th, and 15th. Curveball in the dirt. Makes it 3 balls, 2 strikes, and now the runners automatically go with 2 outs.
It's a nicely balanced order that the Tigers put out there, and in good part because of this guy with that switch hitting ability he has, and he's good from either side of the plate, and Castro just continues to do a nice job. Had one rough night on this road trip.
Big pitch coming here for Jordan Lyles on 3-2 with the runners moving. And it's foul back.
Love that fastball in the hands. 3-2 count. Hitter's not surprised by the fastball. He's just surprised it winds up on the hands.
Yeah, there you see it.
Make that same pitch out over the plate, and it's likely to be a line shot.
Many had Jordan Lyles figured to be the Astros' number 3 starter for that first series. Instead, he was in Oklahoma City. That's strike 3, and what a big pitch for Jordan Lyles, catching Victor Martinez, looking to end the 3rd inning for Detroit. The Tigers tie it with 2 runs, 4 hits. They leave 2. It's 2-2 in the 3rd.
here between the Astros and the Tigers as we head to the bottom of the third. It's time for a progressive fan of the game. And my fan of the game is getting this awesome bag right here of goodies. This is Nicholas to my right. Nicholas is 6 years old, loves him some baseball. Nicholas, who's your favorite player?
Martinez.
Martinez. But more importantly, he turns 7 in 2 weeks. What are you doing for your birthday?
I'm having a bowling party.
Am I invited?
Yes, you are.
Yes. That's so great. Well, congratulations. Here's your bag of goodies. And Nicholas is going to start coach pitch next year, guys. What do you think about that? He's graduating from T-ball.
He looks ready.
Stay away from those wicked splits.
Bowling party, that's a great idea. Marwin Gonzalez leading it off in a 2-2 game. Takes ball 1. 279 for Marwin, 3 homers, 7 runs batted in. Bykowski's been known to throw an occasional bowling party on the road. Maybe Julia would want to participate in that. 2 balls and no strikes.
Paul's got himself a few days off.
I believe he does.
Enjoy yourself.
Carl Patterson has a few days off. Kevin Cedergren is in the chair tonight. Who's directing tonight? Adam Hinsdale, veteran of many Rockets games and Astros as well. 2 balls and a strike. And won't that be fun if the Rockets can even this series with a win?
I think those Rockets might be alive for a while.
Ooh. Cabrera is well off the line and time call now. Marwin is a good butter. 2-1 the count as he tries to reach leading off this inning. Now 2-2. Just imagine if they win that game tomorrow night. They'll be getting a little crazy around Oklahoma City now, right?
It's got to be fair. They've lost a great player and it's had an impact.
You think they'll use their hack-a-Turk tactics again?
What did I hack a sheik?
Yeah. And then Kevin was calling it hack-a-Turk as well. So whatever it is, it didn't work. Scott Brooks.
No, it did not.
Scott Brooks may not come back with that again. Fouled, and it's still a 3-2 count. But some guys have really been stepping it up. Porcello, because of that situation last year, pitching less than his best, had to win a spot back again this spring. Gave up 226 hits in 176 innings last year with a 4.59 ERA.
Tigers rookie of the year in 2009, and then it slipped.
Fly ball, shallow center. Austin Jackson comes in. Peralta out. 1 out. Well, not only did the Astros have their player transactions, getting Jordan Lyles up from Oklahoma City for this game, and also Dallas Keuchel promoted from Oklahoma City. He's in the bullpen tonight as a left-handed long man. But of course the corresponding moves had to be made. Brad Peacock is headed for Oklahoma City, as is Reiner Cruz. Robbie Grossman with a double scored a run on the Castro homer. Showing bunt, there's strike 1. There were other moves in the organization as well. Mike Foltynewicz has been promoted from High A Lancaster to Double A Corpus Christi. Asher Wojciechowski has been promoted from Double A Corpus Christi to Triple A Oklahoma City. 1-1, and that was just a few days after the catcher Carlos Perez went up to Oklahoma City from Corpus Christi, and also Jason Stoffel. So there you see the most recent moves. Foltynewicz, definitely a rising star on the scene, looked good in spring training. And Wojciechowski came last year in the Toronto deal, the J. Happ deal. He also is on the fast track, moving up now to AAA.
Foltynewicz, major league stuff on that plus side.
Definitely. He pitched in the exhibition game here at the end of spring training, and he was dazzling. Ooh, there's some movement on that changeup. 4 strikeouts now for Porcello.
Robbie Grossman comes with the label of being a high on-base percentage guy in the minor leagues. And I think it's because he's been able to draw a lot of walks by taking close pitches. It's not panning out right now on the big league level. He's going to have to loosen that up a bit.
There has to be an adjustment period, of course, for that, because guys in the big leagues can make pitches he has not seen made with that kind of command where he's been.
Furthermore, when you get that close pitch, that kind of a coin flip area, and there are plenty of pitches in those coin flip areas, umpires are not going to lean in favor of that rookie hitter.
Altuve has a 1-1 count. Yeah, that's all a part of the process of coming to the big leagues for the first time. Bobby now has struck out 10 times in 35 at bats. Upstairs, Altuve checked his swing, and it's 2-1. Good to see Justin Maxwell out at the ballpark tonight. Oh, it's 1-2. They said he swung, huh?
Apparently they did. Plate umpire making that signal. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Okay, we have the count wrong. The scoreboard has it wrong. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. I couldn't tell if he swung or not. Did you think he did?
I thought it was debatable, but I didn't see any appeal down to first base. And I don't know if the home plate umpire just simply said, "I've got it myself." That's Mike Everett.
Altuve hits one, and that's just foul.
I think he may have taken that off that lead foot or leg.
Yeah. Didn't look like rolling normally.
Yeah, it had that forward spin. It's kind of hugging the ground.
There you go. Yep. He's feeling that one right now. Cabrera is better at third base this year. Has an accurate arm. Not a ton of range. He was an outstanding first baseman, but he gladly moved over to accommodate the signing of Prince Fielder.
Yeah, I don't see Cabrera ever picking up a Gold Glove, but he's not bad. He's better than I think you anticipate when you go in and see these Tigers, or they come your way. He'll play it well enough. He won't embarrass himself or the club. You get those 2 guys, the offense will certainly win out.
Peralta throwing on the run, and Fielder is able to dig it out. So Altuve's retired from 6-3 to end the 3rd inning, and after 3, it's tied at 2.
Tie. The Astros continue their series against the American League Tigers, or the American League champions, excuse me, Detroit Tigers, through Sunday. Next week, the divisional rival LA Angels of Anaheim, along with the Texas Rangers, come to town. Don't miss your chance to see the Astros face off against Albert Pujols, Lance Berkman, and Rookie of the Year Mike Trout. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to get your tickets now.
Bunted by Andy Dirks, bunted hard to Matt Dominguez, and that makes it an easy out, number 1 for Jordan Lyles, leading off the 4th inning.
Matt Dominguez is one of those third basemen who is very comfortable using the leather. And because of that, I think he becomes extremely sure-handed. He doesn't miss balls trying to barehand and make maybe that spectacular looking play. It just looks very routine all the time.
Sure did that time, and it has any number of times this year. 50 pitches for Jordan, 35 have been strikes. Peralta's in the box. He cracks one high to right center field. A long run here for Barnes. Barnes back on the warning track.
It's not a bad defensive outfield right there between those two guys, Barnes and Grossman. Already seen Grossman go a long way to haul one in.
Boy, it really helps to have a right fielder who has range in this ballpark.
Certainly does. It's a big right center. It's not a big right field, but it's a big right center. And if you're going to try to cover things up toward left center, which is a very tough area, like you say, get a little speed in right field, and that helps a ton. Doesn't hurt to get a 2-pitch, 2-out start to an inning either.
Oh, not a bit. Alex Avila struck out in the third inning. For instance, on him, Grossman shading to left center. There's strike one.
They'll just keep pumping the strikes.
Miles has not walked a man. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. It's not an even progress for a player developing in the major leagues, especially a 22-year-old player. Usually there's regrouping. Usually a player, after coming to the big leagues for the first time, has to go back down to the minors.
I've heard the phrase so many times, it's only going to get better from here. And boy, nothing could be further from the truth a lot of the time. Guy comes into the big leagues and makes a nice first impression or impression at some point, and it just doesn't mean that the steady climb now is going to take place.
Right. He has the tools. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 6'4". Has that big stride as he delivers the ball. He has the velocity. He has a nice curveball.
Got a nice looking delivery, and it sets up very well.
Competes well.
Sneezes into his sleeve. He's a very polite young man.
Now there's his first walk, and it brings up Infante. Infante doubled to left in the third inning. Just had a big series against the Braves. You talked about that sweep of the Braves. He's a former Brave. He had a couple of home runs in that series. Sometimes a pitcher can command maybe a couple of pitches, but needs to go back down to the minors and earn command of that third pitch to be effective at the major league level. Curveball is in for strike one. If he can do that, it should really help for that curve for strike one.
Number one, spot your fastball well. And then from that point on, if you've got that kind of a natural curveball to go with a changeup we've seen, he's in great shape.
He feels the comebacker and takes care of out number 3, middle of the 4th inning. Tigers 2, Astros 2. the Astros would love to have a fourth inning like the one they had last night in New York.
Got to swing it in pretty well, you might say, and started by Altuve, who dunks one into center. And then there's that classic left field stroke. We're seeing more and more from Castro. Carlos Pena has been a hot hitter, and that ball could have been caught but got by. And then the hustle. Brandon Barnes going down the line. Look at that, just laying it out and able to stay out of the double play, and that provides a run.
To Julia Morales.
Well, what you were talking about leads into our Geico quote of the game. Comes from the skipper, Bo Porter. When you know that your club is resilient and they're going to fight to the end every night, that there is a staple of what we've talked about from the beginning of spring training, guys.
That was a nice comeback to tie the game 4-4 with that big bat around inning. Now it's Jason Castro.
Gave themselves a chance to win that series against the Yankees.
Yeah, it was a hard-fought game last night.
It's a hard-fought game and series.
Strike to Castro. Took a 3-0 pitch to the Landry's Crawford boxes for a 2-run homer in the first inning. And now it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Yeah, that was great to come from behind because they didn't have anything going the first 3 innings. The minimum 9 men had come to the plate. And they roared back to tie it, but the Yankees were able to get the go-ahead run in the 6th inning and won it 5-4.
This opposite field approach that Jason Castro has been putting together has that batting average at .292, and I could see even higher averages for Castro the way he's swinging.
Goes back to what we saw in spring training, doesn't it?
Hit with a lot of power, used the entire field. He's staying quite consistent by hitting a lot of balls to left field.
Porcello gets a strikeout. That's number 5 for him.
See that kind of a hammer, that curveball right over the top, and that'll lock up a lot of hitters. That's a good one.
He does not throw his slider very much anymore. Last year it was a troublesome pitch for him. Curveball working there. But Porcello 2 starts ago in 2/3 of an inning allowed 9 hits and 9 runs in a loss to the Angels on the road. But Dan Dickerson, who does the radio play-by-play for the Tigers, said a lot of those hits were really not well hit balls at all. Carlos Pena, the DH, grounded back to Porcello first time up. He said Peter Borges had 2 hits in that inning. There's a fly ball deep to left field. Pena trying to shoot one up into those boxes as well, and he does. Oppo for Carlos Pena, number 3. The Astros grab the lead 3-2. Welcome back home, where the Landry's Crawford boxes are close.
When you're dealing in this ballpark, you might as well try to work on that stroke if you're a left-hand hitter. Take advantage, and Carlos Pena has done the very same thing that Jason Castro has done on the night. Celebration time. You take that running fastball and go with it. Oh, that's just playing into the strength that you have on your side here in this ballpark.
That makes it a 1-run Houston lead. Chris Carter next. That's strike 1 to Carter. Fouled out to the third baseman earlier.
Well, you talked about Castro in the spring going that way. Carlos Pena did the same thing. He was working consistently on that stroke.
That certainly has paid off tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. That was a 357-footer for Pena. His last homer was at Oakland, April 17th. Castro's last homer was April 6th here against Oakland. And they both break out in the same game.
Yeah, the big fly will make you smile. Make you popular with your teammates too.
That's a shot going foul.
I don't know if you caught the conversation that Jeff Blum and I had about Chris Carter and 6 home runs for the month of April. Not a great month. He struck out a ton, a lot more than he would like. The batting average not where he would like, but come the end of the season, if he continues on that type of pace and hits 35, 36 home runs, do you say he's had a very good year?
Cabrera to his left. I did catch that conversation, and I was interested in what you guys had to say. You know, the other night, trailing 4-0, he flicked that homer to make it 4-2. Flicked it out to right field. I think a lot of times, we look at just the quantity of production when a guy gets to the end of the season. How many homers, how many runs batted in, how many runs scored. But if you follow the team very closely throughout the entire year, you tend to think more of when they happened. Were they meaningful?
Yeah, that's a good point. Some guys will just pile up numbers in blowout games and really not produce in the tight ones.
Right. So if you hit a home run in a 10-1 win, that probably was not very significant. Or a 10-1 loss.
Well, unless it's one that came early and gave your team the impetus to jump ahead and pick up that victory.
Right. But now if it's 4-4 in the 9th inning and you hit one, that's one that people remember. 2 balls and a strike.
I don't know if Chris Carter even knows who he is right now as a major league hitter.
He should know by the end of this year if he keeps getting regular playing time. This should be the year that everybody finds out about him. Out to the right side. Fielder way off the line. Now he throws back to Porcello in time. He took that ball away from his second baseman Infante for out number 3. Pena makes it 3-2 Astros. I'm a Jack in the Box. Try one today with fries and a drink for just $4.99 plus tax. And by Progressive. Visit progressive.com today. It is going to be very chilly overnight in Houston. 3-2 Astros. Temperature may reach the 40s, we're hearing. There's strike 1 to Austin Jackson.
You could feel that weather change come in this afternoon.
Jackson singled and scored in the 3rd. Yeah, it dropped considerably in the space of a couple of hours in temperature. Check swing call goes Detroit's way. That makes it 1-1. Called by Marty Foster.
I don't think you're going to hear many people here in Houston complain about cool weather maybe a little late into the spring.
No. In tight. 2 balls and a strike. Beginning here for Jordan Lyles. At 62 pitches. He's going along well after he gave up the 2 runs that tied it in the 3rd. He wants to keep that going. He got Jackson to expand his strike zone, and it's 2-2.
Lyles now maintaining that velocity at 93 here in the 5th inning. That's good, but maintain command of the strike zone. Yeah, if you can get this guy to become an effective every 5th day guy on the hill for the club, now you take some big strides forward. Of course, the same story goes for the other fellas that hit the mound.
True.
Doug Brocale has the assignment.
Almost a strikeout, but not held by the catcher Castro. Bo Porter says we're hoping that he can become a front of the rotation starter.
Well, that's a good sinker. Yeah. Just see that action all the way.
Porter says the step he took back this spring added motivation to never take it for granted. He gets a strikeout. Well, he's showing things tonight that validate that he has learned some lessons.
Well, I hope he didn't take things for granted. I'm not convinced that he totally did. I think he may have just run into a tough time, and it's not like, again, that his numbers really show that, well, he learned the lesson at AAA this year. It was a great lesson to learn. The numbers weren't all that good, but sometimes that can happen, and you can still make the step back up to the big leagues and turn it around.
Torrey Hunter singled in a run in the third inning, going to right field. There's strike one to Torrey. He has 298 career long balls. Very nice career.
How do the Angels let this guy get away?
Not surprising.
And then you bring in Josh Hamilton, and he's fallen on his face to this point.
Bad. 1 ball, 1 strike. Albert Pujols is struggling. Trying to play hurt. 2 balls and a strike. Peter Borges is down now with an injury. He's on the disabled list, so Mike Trout has moved back to center field. We'll see that Angel Club coming in next week. Two balls, 2 strikes to Torrey with 2 eyes. Hunter.
You know, Peter Borges, who you just mentioned, has been good for the Angels this year, maybe surprisingly good. But Mike Trout's the guy they need to be great. And I wonder, by moving him out of center field and putting him in left, did you maybe kind of hold back some of that greatness he showed a year ago?
Ground ball is short. Marwin Gonzalez wondered the same thing. 2 outs.
Come spend your Cinco de Mayo right here at Minute Maid Park with us. First pitch against the Tigers is at 3:10, and 10,000 fans will receive a Los Astros t-shirt. That's courtesy of Goya. Come out early for the Cinco de Mayo Street Fest from 12 till 3 in the afternoon, presented by Budweiser. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS to get your tickets now.
Miguel Cabrera singled in a run in the third inning with his 1,000th career hit. He's 1 for 2. Upstairs, ball 1. Cabrera last year in his MVP season had a .606 slugging percentage to lead the American League. Eye-popping numbers, but many thought Trout should have been the MVP. 1-1 because of his tremendous defensive help he provided to the Angels and the stolen bases. But Cabrera volunteered to move across the diamond from first to third so the Tigers could sign Prince Fielder as a free agent. And that was an MVP type move. And also an unselfish move. He could have said, no, I'm staying at first base. That's where I'm comfortable. You'll have to get another type of free agent.
I think anybody who would argue against Miguel Cabrera would have a very tough argument to make. But if you watched Mike Trout throughout the course of the year and everything he did, there was a strong argument. It was just one of those years, but I think the right man got the award.
Bouncing hit through the right side. Altuve was stationed up the middle, and Cabrera took it into right field for his second single of the game.
The Astros had Altuve playing well towards second base. That provided a big hole on the right side. Does this swing look like a guy shooting right toward that hole? It certainly does to me.
Yep.
That's, you know, the really good hitters to me can at times in the count just say, well, I'll take advantage of what's presented me.
He seemed to be doing that, and the count was 1-2, so not his usual full rip on a different type count, but he was down to 2 strikes and he got a hit and he got aboard for Fielder. Fielder's 1 for 2. That's important too with Cabrera. He was a .330 hitter last year. He's .318 lifetime, hitting in front of Fielder. Right to Fielder.
So are you saying that maybe Cabrera sees himself as an on-base percentage guy with 2 outs and nobody on?
What?
And you've got Prince Fielder coming up next?
I think in that situation on a 1-2 count, he may have.
I think it's a very good move.
These two guys back to back are an awesome 1-2 punch. Ball one strike. Cabrera just turned 30 and Fielder's 29, so they're going to be a 1-2 punch for a while, it would appear, Ash.
I would say as a pitcher, you're not going to beat those two guys a whole lot, but you try to hold them down as much as possible, and I think Lyles has done a nice job.
Yeah. In for a strike, 1 and 2. Let's face it, this is no picnic pitching to this Detroit club.
And then there's Victor Martinez and Andy Dirks and Johnny Peralta and so on. It is a very tough lineup.
Their number 9 hitter Infante's hitting .306.
It's not bad.
Out to Altuve. And over to Carter. No runs a hit and a man left. After 4.5, it's 3-2 Houston. In the 2-run third inning for Detroit. MLB.TV is celebrating 11 years. Join the millions of fans and subscribers today. Watch every out-of-market game live online on your favorite mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV. Baseball everywhere. A lot of orange as folks are geared up in the new colors. Well, they're watching the Astros 5th inning with Brandon Barnes leading it off. He struck out in the 2nd. Rick Porcello on the mound. And there's strike 1. With Dominguez and Gonzalez to follow here in the Astros 5th inning. Lefty Travis Blackley has begun to get loose in the Houston bullpen. Tap the shortstop, Peralta. 1 out. He is the sure-handed type shortstop, makes the routine plays with high frequency. There's Blackley.
Guess what kind of an infielder pitcher's like? That guy who makes that routine play.
Yeah.
When you get a ball hit to the infield that you feel should be an out as a pitcher, you want an out.
You bet.
And when you can get 2 outs on that ball, you absolutely want it.
And Dominguez struck out looking in the 2nd inning. Yeah, rather than a guy with tons of range who makes tons of errors, right?
Spectacular plays. He's on highlight reels all over, but that routine ground ball gets hit and you don't get an out.
And at crunch time, and tied in the 9th inning. You don't want a ball booted. You never do, but that's the worst time. 1-1.
And I think reality is that right now is always the worst time, whatever right now happens to be. But
true.
Yeah, when you look back, you don't want it to be one that costs you a ball game.
That's chop foul. 2 count for Porcello.
Pitchers tend to like infielders to always be positioned where a ball is hit. That just seems the right place right now.
Oh, you bet. Yeah, they hate to look around and see somebody on the infield not where they thought he was when they went into their windup. Dominguez strikes out. That's number 6.
What do you mean? When I saw that ball hit on the ground, I thought it was right where I had my man.
What happened?
Boy, that pitch is very effective. You could see his hand roll over the baseball and create a lot of spin.
You know, he's a ground ball pitcher, Ash. He has 6 ground ball outs tonight, but he has 6 strikeouts. Sometimes that sinker can be one with such movement that you don't get any contact at all. No ground ball, it's a strikeout.
It's never bad.
Gonzalez popped a short earlier. There's strike 1 to Marvel.
Porcello's got a lot of pressure on him tonight, trying to get those 10+ strikeouts.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they have set an American League record, the Tigers have, with 6 consecutive games with 10 strikeouts or more. A couple away from the Major League record.
Goes back to the dugout. He's being shunned by teammates. Nobody can talk to him.
How about the 17 strikeout game you mentioned from Sanchez? That set a Tigers club record, and they've been around for a long, long time. Mickey Lolich had some 16 strikeout games. In the dirt for ball 1.
Denny McLain, part of that era.
Yeah.
Seemed like Lolich was the big game pitcher, though.
He was. Game 7 in '68. Playing a 30-game winner. Dribble to first base. Fielder tossing. And in the 5th inning, it goes quickly for Porcello. He keeps it at a 1-run ball game. Astros 3, Tigers 2. Has made a move to the bullpen. Jordan Lyles leaving after 5 innings, allowing 6 hits, 2 runs with 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. Just an excellent night for Jordan as he returns to the Astros starting rotation.
Solid night. You bet it was. 5 innings of good work, and I don't think that Bo Porter or anybody involved with the organization would tell you anything other. This was promising, not only for right now, but for this immediate future for the ball club. Travis Blackley brings it from the other side. The left-hander worked just 7 2/3 innings to this point. Opponents hitting just .222, so he's got some good numbers, especially against left-hand hitters.
Travis from Melbourne, Australia, waits for Victor Martinez to step up. Martinez, a switch hitter, 0 for 2 batting left-handed against Lyles. Lyles threw 73 pitches, 49 for strikes tonight. Martinez has hit a ball a long way to left center, caught by Grossman, and a strikeout looking. for Blackley. Blackley on the road trip had a total of 4 2/3 scoreless innings in 3 appearances. 2 in Boston, 1 in New York. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count with Dallas Keuchel now in the bullpen. If the Astros keep him there, they would have 3 lefty relievers: Blackley, Keuchel, and Wesley Wright. There's Paul Clemens, one of the right-handed relievers, to go with Jose Cisneros, Hector Ambriz, and Jose Veras. Joaquin Benoit is tuning it up in the Tigers pen. And there might be people wondering, well, wait a minute, Lyles threw 73 pitches. Why is he out of this game now? I would agree with the move, Ash. Could he throw more? Perhaps. Sure. Fly ball to center field. Grossman waiting.
Yeah, I'm in your camp. I think that probably the game plan was, well, we'd love to get him through 5 innings pitching good baseball tonight. And then you get to that point and you think, well, do we change the game plan? I think it's probably a wise idea at this point to stay with it.
He leaves with a feeling of accomplishment in this game.
Nothing that he can look back on and say, boy, it just unraveled for me at this point.
True. It still leaves 4 innings, presumably for the bullpen, but nonetheless, this has been the difficult part of the game for the Astros, getting through the first 5 with a manageable run total allowed. Andy Dirks with a bouncer to the right side, backhanded. Here's Carter tossing, and Blackley there. Well coordinated for out number 2.
If your TV provider does not yet carry CSN, call them and tell them you want CSN. To get the facts and learn how you can help, go to iwantscsnhouston.com. We're working diligently to get CSN on all TV providers.
2 outs, and it's Johnny Peralta batting. Peralta has struck out and flied to right. Blackley's had some outstanding appearances for the Astros. Alex Avila's on deck. Last night's starter Eric Bedard went 4 against the Yankees. Clemens, Wright, and Ambriz worked in relief, a total of 4 innings. The bench really held up well considering the number of innings it has been required to pitch this year.
Back to that issue about the starters. The overall ERA for this entire staff right at the bottom of the major leagues, and the starters have been the main culprits in terms of the difficulties.
Strike makes it 1-1. Blackley worked in the 9-1 win Monday night because Harrell started that game. Blackley worked around a couple of walks in that game. When he came in, he inherited 2 runners and got a double play ball on Brett Gardner. Fouled, and it's a 1-2 count on Peralta, and the right side of the infield has only one player for Houston, Chris Carter. That's the way the shift has gone with Altuve over. Blackley sets a nice tone. Aggressive. Really attacks that strike zone.
Yeah, the group of starters for the Astros this year, collectively an ERA at 6.17. And that's more than a half run worse than any other starting staff in Major League Baseball. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I think Jordan Lyles went a long ways tonight in helping in that regard.
He really did, Ash, and he's re-entered the rotation here after having a rough spring and then waiting a month for this opportunity. He's done well. Swing and a miss, and Peralta's down on strikes. That's a 1-2-3-6 for Blackley, and it's 3-2 Houston. First round of the NBA playoffs continues Friday. James Harden and the Rockets look to force a deciding 7th game. Rockets Thunder Game 6. Coverage begins at 7:30 with Rockets pregame live. Hopefully James and company will be on the way they were in Game 5. Now Robbie Grossman leads it off. Bottom of the 6th inning. He doubled and scored in the first. He struck out looking. Now he lines one over shortstop. And Robbie gets his 2nd hit of this game. Well, he loves hitting in this ballpark. Julia Morales, down to you.
Well, you were talking about the Rockets, and I'm going to jump in with this. Justin Maxwell's our AT&T tweet of the game. He obviously didn't make the trip, so he got to watch the Rockets. He says, she should be the player of the game. The Rockets brought it back to Houston. Big win for the Rockets.
Well, yeah, he clogs up the middle very well, as we've been seeing, and well, they've just really played as a team. Now Jose Altuve, who was struck out and grounded out, tries to get something working in this 6th inning.
Is that what a guy wants to hear about himself, is that he clogs up the middle really well?
Yeah.
I used to clog the bases, and I never really enjoyed that when I heard about it.
Well, clogging in baseball is not a complimentary term the way it is in basketball.
Clogging in Ireland is generally considered a good thing.
Yes, it is. Grossman has not attempted a stolen base with the Astros. Fielder playing a step off the base. Way outside, ball 1. The Astros as a team have 12 steals and 17 tries. Dave Tremblay, the third base coach, flashing signs.
How about that Robbie Grossman kid? Is he finding himself from the left side of the plate?
He's back close to where he went to high school at Cy Fair. He just seems to hit better at home. Woo! He was leaning as they threw over. JD Martinez has had a couple of games in on his rehab assignment in the minor leagues at Corpus Christi, by the way. Grossman broke in with that 2-hit game against Seattle. This is his first home game since then. So 2 games at home, total of 4 hits so far for Robbie. Wasn't that a great move by Bo Porter to get him into that lineup that last game of the homestand so he could do that at home? Whoa, what a play by Fielder. He didn't know where the ball was. Maybe it wasn't a play by Fielder. I thought he got in his glove. Let's see it here, Ash. No,
I don't know.
Runner.
I don't know who officially knocks this down. I think Robbie Grossman gets the assist on the play.
It's a play by Grossman, actually.
Oh, yeah. He's got good reason for a tight hamstring tonight.
And a very lucky Rick Porcello still has a runner at first after drilling him with that pickoff throw. 2-0. He could be on third base if that hadn't hit him as he went diving back into first. Jason Castro on deck. The stars are aligned for the Astros here in this 6th inning. Their 1, 2, 3 hitters due up. Fouled away by Altuve, and the count goes to 2-1 on Jose.
What a steady hitter this guy has been all season. Of course, he had a terrific year last year, but I just don't see a prolonged slump in Jose Altuve. The way he uses the entire field, the way he is comfortable apparently hitting with 2 strikes, does it all well.
He's had 4 3-hit games. Yeah, he just picks up hits in bunches, and he's been pretty well slump-proof so far this season.
Porcello's got his mind on Robbie Grossman.
Well, with a 2-1 count, there's reason for that. Good running count. He's running. The throw is there, and the tag in time to get him.
You got to get a better jump than this. And what wound up happening is Porcello went into it wasn't a slide step, but a quick delivery to the plate. And when you see that as a base runner, you're thinking, I'm going. But at that point, you've got to know I didn't get enough jump. And I mentioned up top that Avila can really throw well. That's not the greatest tag reaching out as the feet start getting close into the bag. That ball beats him a ton, though.
Caught stealing 2-4. Pitch was ball 3. On the 3-1, it's grounded to shortstop Peralta. What was a promising beginning now is at 2 outs, nobody on. Just as we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And we look at the Castro 2-run homer.
That's pretty nice when you can hit it the other way and drive it out. For Jason Castro, there have been some ballparks this year that have held him as he's driven balls to left. But if he maintains that stroke right here at home, well, he could find a bunch of shots to the Crawford boxes.
Well, the homer takes his hitting streak to 9 games. Earlier, Altuve had a 9-game streak in April. Ball 1 to Castro. Castro's settling right into this number 3 spot in the order. It wouldn't have been something that many Astros fans would have thought would be happening, probably, but he's making it work. Second sacker, Infante gets it over first. No runs, a hit, nobody left after 6. 3-2 Houston.
Part of our Lone Star Series showdown. Justin Maxwell will sign autographs for the fans from 11 a.m. until noon. That's at the Whataburger restaurant located at 340 Highway 6 in Sugar Land. While you're there, register to win tickets to see a game during the Astros series against the Rangers May 10th through the 12th. Players subject to change and autographs will be limited.
Well, we have an entirely new outfield alignment now with the Astros leading at 3-2. We go to the 7th inning, and it's Alex Avila to lead it off. New right fielder is Rick Ankiel. Fernando Martinez comes out of the game after going 0 for 2. And the other outfielders move over a notch. Brandon Barnes has moved from right to center. Bobby Grossman has moved from center to left as the Astros try to protect this 1-run lead. Avila has struck out and he's walked. That's ball 1 from Blackley, who had a 1-2-3 6th inning relief from Jordan Lyles.
Part of what Bo Porter talks about, his theory: offense early, defense late.
Infante's on deck. Jackson's due up 3rd in the inning. Strike makes it 1-1. Clemens continues to work in the bullpen. Paul last night worked an inning and a third, giving up 1 hit, 1 run, and took the loss. Paid attendance tonight, 16,624. It's in for a strike, and it's 1-2 for Blackley. Red Sox lead the Blue Jays 3-1. They played 7. Lowry hit number 3 for Toronto. Blue Jays are 10-16 compared to the Red Sox 19-8 record. Ooh, swing and a miss for a strikeout. That's number 2.
That is totally putting away a guy who's been a pretty tough out in the past this year, struggling on his start. Slider down and away will put away many a left-hand hitter.
Bull Porter now is going to go to Paul Clemens. He's gotten 4 outs from Blackley. And with right-handed hitters due up next, 4 in a row, he'll swing it back over to the right side, and Paul Clemens, when we come back with the Astros leading 3-2. Lead. They've changed their outfield alignment, and they now change the pitcher after Travis Blackley worked very well through 4 outs and turns it over to Paul Clemens.
25-year-old right-hander, a free and loose spirit to say the least, and he's been pitching effectively for the ball club. 18 innings to this point, that in 6 games. He's finished out a couple of games, allowing just 15 hits in that span. 9 runs. Obviously he'd like to cut that down. 5 home runs, a big part of what he has allowed.
He'll be working to the number 9 hitter, Omar Infante. We'll get to Julia in a moment. Infante's 1 for 2. And let's go to her right now, Julia.
Yeah, guys, Clemens took last night's loss very hard. You were talking about his emotion and things like that. He gave up that leadoff double after having a nice inning, 1-2-3 inning right before that. But he took it really hard. He came, he said, I'm going to sit on this one for a while. I don't enjoy letting my team down, and then I'm going to get back out there. Hopefully he doesn't hold on to it too long, as he's already back out there.
Probably the best thing for him, actually. He gets strike 2 rather than dwell on that 1-run loss, which he absorbed last night. In relief of Eric Bedard.
If you're ever going to succeed in this game, you have to have that short memory, especially if you wind up being a back end of the bullpen pitcher.
He had a 1-2-3 inning when he started last night. And he gets a strikeout here on Infante, carving him up on 3 pitches, much to the displeasure of the number 9 hitter.
You see bottom of the knees right here, and maybe even below. That's getting a pitch you'd love to get a bunch over the course of a season.
That shortens up the ball game.
That does. That bottom of the knees area, though, is where pitchers are taught to pitch, and quite frankly, I'd like to see more calls kind of in that bottom of the knees range.
That's ball 1 to Austin Jackson on the hook from Clemens. Jackson is 1 for 3. Clemens got the Yankees 1-2-3 in the 5th. Then he gave up a double to Nunez, and he wound up scoring on a double play ball after Paul left last night, so that tagged him with the loss. His first as a major leaguer. He got his first win though in Seattle in his major league debut. He's experienced both ends of the spectrum already. Every now and then we'll have a guy go through an entire season with maybe 50 or 60 appearances in relief without a decision.
Did you see that last pitch?
Yeah.
96 miles an hour, and it sounded like it.
It did.
Sounded like 95, and he exceeded the sounds.
Oh, that is a very nice version of Paul Clemens. He and Blackley have gone through the Tigers 1-2-3, 1-2-3 in the 6th and 7th. It's 3-2 Houston. Their 7th inning stretch. It's 3-2 Houston. 4 hits for the Astros. 2 of those long balls. A 2-run shot by Jason Castro in the 1st. Solo homer by Carlos Pena in the 4th. Tigers tied it in the 3rd inning on singles by Hunter and Cabrera, but the Astros then on the Pena homer took the lead, and ever since that 4th inning they've been protecting it. They've changed their outfield alignment. They've made a couple of pitching changes, and now they come up in the bottom of the 7th looking for more runs against Rick Porcello, with Pena to lead it off. He has a homer and a ground out to the pitcher.
You know, you mentioned a good game tonight, and it is. And the reason? Very good pitching.
Yeah.
Both with the starters and now the relief coming in.
Pena takes a look at it. It's strike 1 to him. Jose Ortega's warming up for Detroit. The infield shift is on Pena. That's nothing new. Ortega getting loose there as 3 infielders work between first and second base. Miguel Cabrera is way out there where the shortstop often plays. So Pena wants to bunt. Would be a good way to do it, and he does. Porcello drops the ball, throws it away. Pena will stay. No, now he's going. Here's a throw, and Infante gets it there early, and that was not a choice that worked out well for Carlos Pena, as Peralta made the tag on him from Infante. A 4-6 play for out number 1.
An unfortunate set of circumstances and a poor decision right here, but let's watch the tag at second base. This is another one of those reach tags, and I'm not so sure the feet don't get in. It's a good idea on Carlos Pena's part. Let's get a start to the inning. Now as he slides into second, watch this tag reach out, and I don't know. Obviously the ball beats him by a wide margin. That's going to get the call. Can't fault it for lack of effort.
No, he was trying to make something happen, and it's out number 1. Now here's Carter. He's 0 for 2. Strike 1. Still waiting to see. It is an error on the Tigers.
Yeah, they do get the tag in time, but young infielders out there put the glove down, not reaching.
It was ruled an error on Porcello. The play at second went for 4-6.
what happens when guys try to barehand rather than use the glove or the combination of glove and hand.
He had time.
They make the play tougher than it needs to be.
One to Carter now. Beats that into the ground, 1 and 2. Well, that was a good thought, though, by Pena. They were giving him the bunt, and he was trying to take advantage of that, and would have been at first base had he not tried to stretch it when the throw got away. So leading off an inning, it's a time to think seriously about that bunt try. That's a shot foul. Upper deck foul. White Sox lead the Rangers at Texas 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. The throw from the grass. Peralta gets Carter. 2 outs.
Celebrate Mother's Day with Pink in the Park at Minute Maid Park next weekend as the Astros face off against the Texas Rangers. 10,000 fans will receive a pink giveaway each night, courtesy of Methodist Cancer Center. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to get your tickets now.
There's double barrel bullpen action for Bo Porter, lefty Wesley Wright, and right-hander Hector Ambrose. The hitter is Rick Ankiel, up for the first time in this game. Rick's a 189 hitter for 53 at bats. He's belted 5 homers and he's driven in 11 runs. Done well pinch hitting. He has 2 pinch homers and 5 pinch hit at bats, and he's driven in 4 runs. Ball 1 to Rick.
What a throw Rick Ankiel made on this recent road trip. Trying to recall, I think it was in New York, could have been Boston. Just hung out a laser from right field, and he complained that he got a bad hop on it. It came up a little bit, but
you guys talked about that. Yeah,
impressive.
Line shot into right field. Well, he's produced off the bench. Not considered to be a pinch hit because he was already in the game defensively, but nonetheless his first swing of the night, and that produces a resounding line drive single.
Yeah, if you're gonna get an at bat here or there, get yourself a good swing. Hank is quite adept at this opportunity where you just get a swing or 2.
It's 5 hits for the Astros. Brendan Barnes has struck out and grounded to short. Porcello staying in this ball game with his club down 3-2, competing very well tonight. He gave up the 2-run homer to Castro in the first. Solo shot to Pena in the 4th. Both of them reaching the seats in the Landry's Crawford boxes. He's thrown 94 pitches. 60 have been strikes. Strike. The starting rotation has produced 7 consecutive quality starts for the Tigers. This would be number 8 unless something blows up here on Porcello in this inning. And their starters have won 14 games. That's the 2nd best victory total by a starting staff in the American League, with the 2nd best ERA as well, 3.23 for Detroit starters. Balls, 2 strikes.
But the Tigers are very happy with what they're seeing from Porcello tonight, a guy who they have counted on in the past in their starting rotation. He's had his struggles, but pitched very well here this evening.
They have a pitcher who's 4-0 going tomorrow night. Doug Fister, his ERA is 2.38. Then Max Scherzer, he's 3-0. He's set to go Saturday, and Justin Verlander with a 1.83 ERA Sunday. Barnes strikes out to end the Astros 7th with no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left. 3-2 Houston after 7. Detroit. Fans, make sure to tune in to CSN Plus tomorrow for Game 2 of this 4-game series with the Tigers. Coverage begins with Astros pregame live at 6:30, followed by the game at 7. That's on CSN Plus tomorrow. And here is tomorrow's pitching matchup, brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. We've been talking about these Detroit starters. Here's a guy in Doug Fister with an outstanding changeup and great numbers. And Bud Norris 3-3 with a 4.20. His turn rolls around again against the hard-hitting Tigers from Motor City.
Opponent's batting average against on Bud Norris at .295, much higher than Bud would like to see it. He's a guy with a lot of pride, and I anticipate seeing Bud get this game really kind of turned back in the right direction despite everything. 3-3 mark.
Hector Ambriz is pitcher number 4 in this game. The relief corps has been airtight so far.
Hector Ambriz, you can see the ERA up over the 5 mark as he's 0-1. 20 hits allowed in 14 in the 3rd innings. Far too high for the stuff he possesses. Reiner Cruz, the other guy, and we've talked a lot about it. His stuff is just exceptional, and he should be a back end of the bullpen kind of an excelling pitcher. And I hope he's able to get that back together as he goes back to the minor leagues.
That's the plan. Ambriz works to Torrey Hunter, who's 1 for 3 with an RBI single. That was in the 3rd inning. And strike 1 for Ambriz, who worked a hitless inning in New York last night. He walked 2 and fanned 2 with the Astros trailing by 1 in the 8th inning, 5-4. Tight for a ball. That evens the count of 1-1. The Astros were talking about that. Bo Porter was asked about Reiner Cruz being demoted along with Brad Peacock. Peacock will start for Oklahoma City, and they want Cruz to really fit into that back end of the bullpen and refine his stuff so he can come back and be an effective force for the Astros.
I think sometimes on the big league level, when you start to scuffle, it makes it tough to go out there the next time and the next time, and you feel like you're just starting to snowball in a bad way. And so if Reiner can get that turn back around and regain the confidence in the strike zone, the sky's the limit with his stuff.
He is the power arm in the bullpen. Top foul, third base side, 2 balls, 2 strikes. But the numbers for Reiner Cruz are an ERA 4.40 for 14 appearances. Batting average against .357, 9 walks in 14 and a 3rd innings. So if the Astros can see some improvement in Reiner Cruz, I would imagine he could be back fairly quickly, Ash, depending upon what's happening with his club.
26 years of age. His stuff is exceptional. He's giving up far more hits than innings pitched. Makes no sense to me, but the walks. 9 walks in those 14 innings for Reiner Cruz, an area that he does have control of, and he needs to improve there vastly.
Jose Veras is warming up now for Houston with the count reaching 3-2 on Hunter. Closer getting loose. And a leadoff walk puts Hunter on with Cabrera and Fielder to follow.
It's never an easy game, any facet of it, but that leadoff walk late in the ball game, it's just murder. It's murder on everybody, and you know that pains Doug Brocail.
Cabrera tied the game with a single to center field in the 3rd inning. Then he singled to right field in the 5th. He's 2 for 3. Cabrera, for all his abilities as a hitter, does not run well, but he's only grounded into 2 double plays so far. It's in 108 at bats.
As if he knows how to guide the baseball.
No. Strike on a good breaking pitch that catches the corner for Ambriz.
Tigers come into play tonight, 6th best in the major leagues in terms of scoring runs. The Oakland A's continue to be a dynamic club offensively as they lead in runs.
Ground ball sharply hit. Dominguez on a knee, gets it to second. Altuve on to first. Their double play, ball number 3 of the year. And Cabrera on a very important pitch by Hector Ambriz bounces into a twin killing around the horn.
And the Astros defensively continue to get the double plays. It's about base runners, yes, that's a big part of things. But this is a good-looking infield. Matt Dominguez can play third. The guys at third, short, and second have been awfully good.
That'll be it for Ambriz. Prince Fielder coming up next. And Wesley Wright is making his way in for a lefty-on-lefty matchup. 3-2 Astros. Maneuvering, and that continues now. It's been Blackley, Clemens, Ambriz, and now Wesley Wright, as Bo Porter has alternated his relievers left, right, and then now right, left. And it's Wright coming in with no decisions and a 2.57 ERA.
And one thing Wesley Wright has done well all season long is get left-handed batters. Although batters are having a little success of late, they're hitting .250 against him. But the assignment right now is get that one left-handed bat, and it's a tough one in Prince Fielder.
Not as if lefties slow him down a whole lot. Fielder in this game is 1 for 3. He'll take any advantage you can get. That one hit him. So Fielder drops the bat and slowly makes his way up the line. The switch hitting Victor Martinez due up next.
That is not the way you go about that lefty versus lefty if you're Wesley Wright. Got to look at these guys as they're never going to get on base on me.
On the left forearm, it appeared.
And that fastball drills that left forearm. There's a lot of muscle in that forearm for Prince Fielder. Looks like a man who's hurting pretty severely.
Now Doug Brocail's coming out. Martinez 0 for 3 tonight. He was robbed his first time up by Grossman in left center. Porter could opt for a 4-out save by Jose Veras. But that is not to move. Of course, Martinez, the switch hitter, would be hitting left-handed in that case.
Martinez hasn't been a hot hitter so far this season, but he's been a little more effective by about 20 points or so against left-hand pitching. So maybe a break as far as he looks at things.
Victor's a .303 lifetime hitter.
Much better than he has performed this year.
Ball 1.
There's that same spot. Lefty at the plate. That might have had a chance of finding another forearm.
Wesley Wright pitched twice in Boston, twice in New York on the road trip. Good scoreless ball each time. He's had 7 straight scoreless appearances in relief. Falling behind here 2-0 after hitting Fielder on the first pitch, so he has yet to throw a strike.
A left-handed specialist, he's the guy that really has the best opportunity to succeed in my book. Comes in to get 1 or 2, sometimes a little more left-handed bats. And left-hand hitters historically struggle against left-hand pitching. So you get yourself ahead and give them a tough night.
That's flared foul. Wesley worked an inning and 2/3 last night against the Yankees, throwing 20 pitches. Been very dependable down through the years for Astros skippers, no matter who they were. And right in a tight spot here tonight with a 1-run lead and a runner at first. He made 77 appearances last year. Now it's 3-1, and he's really struggling to find the strike zone. Andy Dirks is on deck. He bats left.
Which you certainly don't want to move on to the left-handed Dirks just because in the process, if you do, you've got that tying run at second base.
Fouled away, and it's 3-2. Now the runner will be taking off on the next one, Fielder. Been a very unusual game. 2-run homer by Castro in the first. 2-0 Astros. Tigers tied it. They put together 4 consecutive hits in the third. Pena with a 1-out homer in the fourth gave the Astros a 3-2 lead, and that has been the scoring.
Certainly been unusual for both ball clubs in terms of the starting pitcher. When you talk about Porcello for the Tigers, he's had his struggles, and for the Astros, just simply getting those good starts, and they're starting to happen a little bit more of late.
Into right field, Enke was very deep. That'll flare in for a hit in front of him, and now the ball gets away from him. Fielder's going to be sent home by Tom Brookins, and here's the throw to the plate. Not in time. The Tigers have tied at 3-3. Enke was playing almost on the warning track, and by the time he got there, he had run several steps and then did not make the clean pickup. That gave Fielder a chance to score.
Yeah, this was a combination of mistakes. Just getting to Martinez, bringing that right-handed bat to the plate, a big mistake, and Rick Ankiel was having a tough time. The skates were sliding all over the ice. It's one of those plays that had to feel like William Bendix playing the Babe right there.
Fielder scores. Matt Tuiasosopo comes up to pinch hit. We have a pinch runner at second, Don Kelly, as well. He's running for Victor Martinez, who checks out of the game. Now Kelly coming over to talk to Tom Brookins, the third base coach, who sent in the tying run. And that'll be it for Wesley Wright. We'll be right back. through with that tying run with a double by Martinez and then the error on Ankiel.
Watch how difficult this play became. Once the bobble was made, feet are sliding all over the place. Sometimes that gravel can be loose on the warning track, and you see the reaction of Prince Fielder, a very excited guy tying the ball game. Yeah, for me, hitting Prince Fielder was kind of the key that set it up, but that was a rugged play defensively for Hank.
Second error for Rick. Jose Veras takes over on the mound. He's pitcher number 6 for the Astros. The pinch hitter is Matt Tuiasosopo, right-handed batter. Pinch hitting for Andy Dirks. Veras is 2 for 3 in save opportunities. Don Kelly, the pinch runner, in a tie game here. No RBI in the double by Martinez. At strike 1 to Tuiasosopo. Got a 5 RBI game on Friday against the Braves. 300, 1 homer. He's driven in 6. Matt turns 27 next week from Bellevue, Washington. Sharp breaking ball outside makes the count 1-1. Matt was a 3rd-round draft choice by Seattle in 04, and he has a Seattle background. He was born in Bellevue, Washington. His father Manu was the Seattle Seahawks defensive lineman, and his brother Marcus was a quarterback in the NFL with both the Raiders and the Jets. He went against the grain and didn't play football. Tigers signed him as a free agent last November. Line left field corner, that's foul.
Well, he guessed fastball, obviously, got one in and couldn't quite keep it fair, but it's the kind of swing you want to get as a pinch hitter.
Tuiasosopo was with the Mariners from 08 through 2010. Didn't have many at-bats in any of those seasons. He spent each of the last 2 seasons at AAA, Tacoma in 2011 and in Buffalo last year.
Wasn't his brother the quarterback known as the throwing Samoan?
I think so. That's a broken bat liner into the seats. There's a quarterback from Washington or Washington State who played for the Bengals. He was also known as the throwing Samoan back in the.
And I'm wondering if I'm crossing that up. Maybe Tuiasosopo was not the guy.
I'm trying to remember the QB's name who played for the Bengals, Jack something. I can't remember his last name. Who was prolific in his passing yardage back in his college days. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Tigers have tied it here in the 8th. They've had an evolving bullpen situation. They have 2 relievers on the DL right now, Octavio Dotel and Phil Coe.
Jack Thompson was the throwing Samoan.
That's right, Jack Thompson. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He racked up the yards in college. Google great.
It's a wonderful aspect of life these days. You know, it's amazing how quickly things start to come to mind as you play around.
Peralta's on deck. Swing and a miss, and Veras snuffs out the Tigers here in the 8th, but they tied with a run on 1 hit and an error and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning, and it's tied at 3. Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. It's 3-3 now here at Minute Maid Park in downtown Houston. Colorful guy there watching things unfold as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Definitely looks like a power hitter. We might need him here in this inning.
Well, now it's going to be the bullpen coming into play for the Tigers, and Jose Ortega. Rick Porcello in 7 innings allowed 5 hits, 3 runs, didn't walk anybody, fans 7. Ortega comes in to face Matt Dominguez, who has struck out twice tonight. Backtracking to the top of the inning, that was ruled a single by Victor Martinez, not a double. Single and an E9, allowing him to get to second. And off the end of the bat, there's strike 1 to Dominguez. Matt Tuiasosopo stays in to play left field. Ortega's 24. He's from Venezuela. And last year at AAA Toledo. This is his first season as a major leaguer. He gets strike 2 on Dominguez. Octavio Dotel is on the disabled list with an arm problem. And Phil Koch also is there. The Tigers bullpen has gone through several stages here in the early season, including the return of their closer Jose Valverde. Dominguez is down on strikes. 8 for Tiger pitching.
When you're in a tie ball game late, it's never good to look and see that the opposition is using their second pitcher on the night. And the Astros have used 6 as we speak. Dominguez just had to deal with a pretty good hammer.
And the Astros closer Veras had to come in and get that final out in the top of the 8th inning. Marwin Gonzalez is 0 for 2. Tigers about hit the Astros 7-5. Each club has made 1 error. Chopped high and foul. Ortega was recalled from Toledo prior to the game yesterday against Minnesota, and he had not allowed a run in 10 outings with Toledo this season, over 14 innings. Tigers signed him as a non-drafted free agent in July of 06. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Ortega had 2 major league appearances last year. Fouled away by Marwin Gonzalez.
Ortega has legit stuff. That fastball at 96, and it just looked like a riding four-seamer.
Porcello through 97 pitches, 63 strikes. Marwin takes a look at ball 2. It's 2-2 with Robbie Grossman on deck. Ortega showing that high velocity stuff early in his career, working in this tie ball game in the 8th. And he gets a strikeout. 2 of those for him.
Changeup, even when it's not located well, can produce strikeouts. Just leave it up.
Come on, Robbie, 2 doubles like your first game.
Tigers have their 7, 8, 9 batters due up in the 9th. Walter, Avila, and Infante. Robbie Grossman has a pair of hits tonight. A double and a single. Way out in front of the plate.
It'd be a nice video for young catchers to learn how to block a pitch. That was how not to block a pitch, I guess. Alex Avila is saying, look, there's nobody on base. I don't need to get down and block that, but that's not your standard effort.
Cardinals got 6 in the 3rd. They lead Milwaukee 6-2 in the bottom of the 7th now. Pass to second, Infante. And we go to the 9th inning with the score: Detroit 3, Houston 3. A big homestand here in Houston at Minute Maid Park, a 10-game homestand. It's an interesting ball game tonight. Tied 3-3 now after the Tigers got their run in the 8th inning with the Victor Martinez single to right and the help of an error by Rick Ankiel. Detroit got that tying run home. Now we move to the 9th inning. The Astros brought in their closer, Jose Veras. He struck out Tuiasa Sopo to end the Tiger threat in the 8th. Now he's in for Peralta, Avila, and Infante in the 9th. 10 games in 11 days on this homestand for the Astros. Good giveaways every game this series. Tonight it was gym bags. Tomorrow it's t-shirts. Saturday umbrellas. Sunday the Los Astros t-shirt. Fireworks after tomorrow night's game as part of Big and Bright Friday nights. There's strike one. And Sunday before the game, celebration of Cinco de Mayo. That celebration is from 12 to 3 on the plaza on Crawford Street. Mariachi band, Mexican food, and beer Sunday, and then the ball game starts at 3:10 Sunday.
Mexican food, you say? I'll see you a little late in the ball game. Okay?
Oh, you won't be around for that till about 6 o'clock. You'll be the closer that day. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I am a rather large fan.
Here's a look at what lies in front of us. This weekend the Tigers, and a break Monday, and the Angels for 3 next week, followed by another weekend date. That one with the Rangers. Back into divisional play. Tap foul, and it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count, and he is down. Peralta feeling that one.
What do you say? Other than, I've been there. I think he chopped this down on the ground and got a poor opportunity coming his way. Every catcher has had to deal with such pain, and so go out to the mound and try to provide a little time.
Leland's son Patrick is a catcher, right?
I believe so, yeah. Thinking about Jim Leland, it feels like he's been managing the major leagues now since Smokey Burgess or Fred Hutchinson, I think is what I wanted to say. Just feels like he's been there forever. What a great manager.
Well, he plied his trade in the minors for many a year before he got his first major league breakthrough. I remember years ago he was managing the Rockies and he resigned. Scouted for a time, maybe a year or two, with the Cardinals. He was working for his good friend Tony La Russa as a scout. Just kind of decompressing, but staying close to the game before getting back in.
Well, he got himself a good gig in Detroit. They had a miserable 2003, winning, I believe, 43 games. And then they started spending some big money. And it's paid off, and they draw fans in droves.
Strikeout. Walt is caught looking. They do over $3 million last year.
There's that breaking ball that legitimately is a hanger, but against a right-hand hitter who may not be feeling his oats at the moment, is a pretty effective pitch.
Veras gets out number 1, and now it's Avila. Astros hoping they don't have to put their extra inning plan into effect. Veras probably would be considered finished after this inning. Now Avila is 0 for 2 with a walk. And there's strike 1 to him. Joaquin Benoit once again has started warming up for Detroit. Astros have their 2, 3, 4 hitters due up in the bottom of the 9th. Altuve, Castro, Pena. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count for Jose Veras.
There are balls flying all over back there for the hitter, catcher, and umpire. Try to block it. You try to protect the umpire. I think that's what Alex Avila was embarrassed about in the previous half inning, was the way he let one slip on by.
Yeah.
Sometimes they are just destined to get the umpires.
Altuve's on the grass in short right field. 1-2 to Avila. Rick Ankiel almost on the warning track and right, as you can see on that shot. Jim Leland began managing in the minors in 1971 at Bristol. Managed through 81 at Evansville, and then his first major league opportunity came in 86 with the Pirates. Got him looking. That's 3 strikeouts in a row since Veras came in. Now Infante.
Well, the Astros staff with 13 strikeouts tonight.
Infante doubled to start that game-tying rally at the time in the 3rd inning. 4 straight hits off Jordan Lyles. He's 1 for 3. That's strike 1. You and Jeff Blum were pointing out that the skipper, Bo Porter, has made sure Veras has not had a lot of inactivity in that bullpen, even though the Astros at times have not had save opportunities for him. He's pitched every 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, that bullpen is becoming a little lean right now. Again, this is the 5th member of the bullpen on the hill tonight. 6 pitchers overall for the Astros.
Veras has 5 straight scoreless outings. Well back. 1-2. Fastball went up at 93 miles per hour from Jose. Let's see, this is a strikeout high for the Astros in a game this season.
It's tough if you're looking at your closer on the hill. He's working in his 2nd inning. He's just working toward his 4th out right now, but in his 2nd inning, and you may be forced to run him out there again.
Boy, yeah, there's some urgency to the bottom of the ninth, that's for sure. Time called. And with Benoit, one of the setup men, warming up for Detroit. He is getting ready to come in for the bottom of the ninth inning when it'll be Altuve, Castro, and Pena. So those three are going to be feeling that they really need to end this thing. And a strikeout, and that's 4 for Veras. 4 batters, 4 strikeouts. We go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Altuve leads it off in just a moment. Came in with a runner at second in this 3-3 game. In the 8th inning, he struck out Tuiasa Sopo. Then in the 9th, he mowed down Peralta, Avila, and Infante. 2 of them were looking. So 4 batters faced 4 strikeouts. We're not sure if anything more will be asked of him, but right now, lefty Dallas Keuchel is warming up in the Houston bullpen in case of extra innings. And Altuve's 0 for 3.
Keuchel could well be that guy that's asked to suck up a good number of innings if it should come to that.
Ooh, a high strike call against the bottom of the ninth. Ortega had a 1-2-3 8th in relief for Porcello, who went 7. That one's up and it's 1-1. Rangers are batting in the bottom of the ninth, trailing the White Sox 3-1. Addison Reed in the game to try to close it out for the White Sox. They have a homer from Tyler Flowers, his 4th. Adrian Beltre hit his 6th for the Rangers. It's 2-1. Cabrera's very close to third base.
It's what you call your no doubles defense. You don't want a ball getting between third baseman and the line. Jim Leland, like many managers, absolutely wanting to play no doubles at this stage of things.
Right, evens the count at 2-2 to Altuve. Padres beat the Cubs 4-2. Phillies down the Marlins 7-2 with Kyle Kendrick winning his 3rd. Altuve strikes out. That's the 3rd strikeout for Ortega.
Contact has suddenly become a very difficult commodity, and I think Jose Altuve realized he got a hanging breaking ball up and in, and might have been trying to win this thing on the one hack.
He looked livid that he missed that pitch.
And the Tigers attain one of their goals tonight. He says with tongue-in-cheek, 10 strikeouts for their staff.
Well, that is 7 straight games for them with 10 or more. Jason Castro homered in the first. Since then he has struck out looking and grounded out. Strike to Castro. Those are the recent games with all those strikeouts.
Of course, if you ask Jim Leland about it, I have a feeling what he'd say is couldn't care less. Let's just win ball games.
Right.
Or he might throw the spin that says it's indicative of solid pitching, and solid pitching will get you a lot of wins.
Tigers had a 5-game winning streak until losing yesterday. Right there for Castro, and it's 1-2. Tigers lost 2 of 3 when they came here in 2009. Astros are 5-1 overall at Houston against Detroit, 9-6 here and in Detroit. It's 2-2, and Ortega is keeping the hitters loose. Ryan Dempster pitched another beauty. The Red Sox down the Blue Jays 3-1. To beat Jay Happ.
Can a manager, John Farrell, make that much difference for a ball club, the Red Sox?
Well, you know him. What do you think?
He's a bright guy, and I think he tries to cover all the bases. It didn't work out in Toronto. That's all I can say.
3-2. It sounds as if what's going on in that clubhouse with the players and all the changes that have been made, they are meshing together a lot better than last year's Boston players did.
I think that's the biggest thing that I would probably point to is I think under a different manager a year ago it was an unhappy club, and I think they played like a team that was unhappy.
Got it, and there's the second baseman Infante spinning and throwing him out. That was an amazing play. Looked like it would get by him. He got it just in the webbing, and then he was able to spin and make the throw.
And the position from which he throws here really makes you marvel. Yeah, that's tough to throw accurately when you're doing that. Let's see if we can get Baryshnikov to throw from one of his spins.
Good way to sprain an ankle. That is some kind of a throw.
Very accurately done.
Big time play. Here's the 4th inning homer by Carlos Pena. And made it 3-2 Houston. Tried to bunt his way on in the 7th, and he reached on Porcello's error, but then he was thrown out trying to stretch it at second base. He's 1 for 3. Tops that one foul. Strike 1. Chris Carter on deck. Fielder guards the line at first. Of course, when Carlos tried to bunt and did bunt in the 7th inning, he was leading off that inning. Now 2 outs, nobody on. He's a .255 career hitter against Detroit with 6 homers. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Tiger bullpen has a 1-5 record, a 4.56 ERA. Well, they've done well at retiring the first batter. They've gotten the first batter by a reliever 51 times in 72 tries. Strike call makes it 1-2. Mike Everett called it, even though Alex Avila didn't catch it.
Mike Everett's been a strike providing umpire tonight, and I think that's a good thing. upper range of the strike zone, bottom of the knees. I think it helps move the ball game. I think it's a plus.
Game was moving along swiftly for a time.
It was. Somebody jinxed this thing.
I think it was you. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
There you go, assigning blame. What's that all about?
Somebody has to assign blame. We can't all be blameless in life, Ash. It's your fault.
Okay, I'll take it and run with it. It's what you do with what comes your way that makes the difference.
It was wishful thinking because you got to bed at 5.
Yeah, let's try to do this a little earlier tonight.
Mania looks at it. Now it's a full count.
You, on the other hand, with that cushy studio job.
We enjoyed watching you guys.
I hope you did. I hope your flight was a good one.
Now Pena steps up, ready to look over a 3-2 pitch. Carter on deck. Popped up. Cabrera to send the game to extra innings. It's 3-3 through 9. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Here at Minute Maid Park, extra innings come with Dallas Keuchel taking the mound. He'll be pitcher number 7 for the Astros. The Tigers have used only a couple of hurlers to this point. Keuchel just arrived back in an Astros uniform today, making the trip from Oklahoma City to Houston to now pitch in this tie ball game. The Tigers have the edge in hits 7-5, each club with an error. And the Tigers tying it in the 8th as Wesley Wright was charged with an unearned run. So now Keuchel working to the top of the lineup here in the 7th inning. Jackson, Hunter, and Cabrera due up against the left-hander, who had some good outings earlier this year for the Astros, Ash.
You know what we have here? We have, number 1, a failure to communicate our need for a regulation ball game tonight. And number 2, the first extra inning game of the year for the Astros.
In 4 games this year, you see Keuchel's numbers. Now it's Jackson who's 1 for 4. And there is ball 1 as we go to Julia Morales.
I got to talk to Dallas before the game, and well, he's well rested. He's one of the few of us that are well rested, but he said while he was in Oklahoma City, his goal was to just maintain. There was nothing he really went down to work on because it was just the timing of everything, and of course the bullpen was worn out at that time. He was just trying to maintain and stay consistent.
And he made only 1 appearance for the Red Hawks. He made a start against New Orleans and went 6 innings, didn't give up a run, throwing 66 pitches.
Last time I saw Julia was about 3:30 this morning. Bags were coming off the truck. She was standing there bleary-eyed and yawning, and
Whew, that felt like a few hours ago.
You remember that? One of those good times?
It was good times.
So you want to travel with a major league club, Julia?
Sounded fun in the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
No, it is.
It's a lot of fun.
It is fun. Not fun for this man right now as he enters this game tied. The Astros have Carter, Ankiel, and Barnes due up in the bottom of the 10th. A shot foul. Well, it's certainly fun to be back in the big leagues. His last appearance with the Astros was April 20th here against Cleveland in that 19-6 Indians rout. And that's when he did get optioned down after that game because the Astros needed a fresh arm after the Indians really torched their pitching staff. But he had made 3 really good outings prior to that Cleveland game here. And gets a swing and a miss here from Jackson to strike him out.
5 straight strikeouts by Astros pitching. I think you get to this stage of a ball game at times, hitters one by one take it upon themselves to be the guy that's going to hit the home run that wins it for their club.
15 strikeouts tonight. There's a ground ball to Dominguez. And he takes care of Torrey Hunter's grounder for out number 2.
And Matt Dominguez playing that no doubles positioning near the line.
Now it's Cabrera. That's the way to do it. Get that glove down on the ground. You can always bring it up, Ash, if the ball comes and takes a bad hop.
See him take his time and set that 4-seam throw. That's crucial. The infielders want to make sure that you can get that ball that you know where it's going to wind up.
Cabrera takes ball 1. Runner to shortstop. Marwin takes care of the Tigers' 10th. Carter, Ankiel, and Barnes due up in the bottom half. It's still tied at 3. It's still tied 3-3, middle of the 10th inning, first extra inning game for the Astros this year. The Tigers already have played 4 extra inning games. They are 1-3. Astros fans hoping that they will have something to stand and cheer about very soon. Joaquin Benoit, who's warming up for the bottom of the 10th inning, has other ideas. He's 2 for 2 in saves, and he's walked 6 and allowed 8 hits in 12 1/3 innings.
Big right-hander, and another one of the reasons the Tigers were able to move on to the World Series a year ago. Back into the bullpen had been strong at one point. They had some issues, but Jim Leyland finally has his bullpen back together. Strong starting staff and a very good looking offense. I would say the Tigers are one of my favorites probably to head back toward postseason play again this year. In fact, I would I would probably say they're as close to a lock as anybody that I might point at.
They appear to be primed with that strong starting rotation. Excellent lineup. Bullpen you talked about. Benoit had an ERA of 0 in the league championship series and 0 in the World Series for Detroit. Chris Carter first to face him. He's 0 for 3. Rick Ankiel is on deck. Brandon Barnes due up third in the Astros 10th. Benoit pitched against Minnesota on April 30th. That was his last outing. And one goes foul, strike one.
See the story out of Toronto yesterday as Clay Buchholz picked up another win, and it might have been misreported to begin with, or this one may be the misreported job. But Jack Morris, who's now radio broadcaster up there, claims that Clay Buchholz was cheating throwing a spitball.
Oh, really? Whoa, the bat takes off. Cabrera didn't move, and that almost hit him in the head. That didn't go that far over his head. And he didn't even move on that thing. This guy must have known exactly how far that bat was.
This is professional quality bat tossing right there. And he kept it fair too, not easy to do.
Well, he knew exactly where it was going to land, and he's put his glove up, having some fun.
But to me, like Cabrera called it.
Yeah. No balls, 2 strikes to Carter. No, I didn't see Mr. Morris's charges.
Clay Buchholz is indignant.
Strikeout, out number 1. This is Jack Morris's rookie season as a broadcaster. Is that correct?
Well, it's his re-emergence as a broadcaster. He previously broadcast, I know, for Minnesota. And now he's in his first year with the Toronto Blue Jays. A lot of pressure when you do so.
Rick Ankiel hung out a line drive to right field for a single in the 7th inning. He came off the bench, and the Astros made some moves defensively in the outfield. Here's ball 1.
It was initially reported that Dirk Hayhurst was the guy they're kind of sharing time in that real tough role they're combining over, and apparently now they're saying it was Big Jack.
You ever been able to impersonate another broadcaster you worked with?
No, I can't say that I have.
Okay. Good way to get somebody in trouble, though. 2 balls, no strikes. It's 2-1.
Not that you'll know right now.
Benoit, with those 2 saves, had his turn in the closer's spot before Valverde was re-signed. And Phil Koch. So they've taken a look at some different people in the late innings. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Astros got several looks at Benoit when he pitched for the Texas Rangers. Then he moved along to Tampa Bay before signing with Detroit. Last year he had 73 appearances for the Tigers, had 30 holds and 2 saves. Good strikeout numbers, 84 and 71 innings last year for Benoit.
It's time for Rick Ankiel to get the head on one right here.
Time for Alan Ashby to go home and go to bed.
If you can provide me with a note.
Strikeout, 2 outs.
That was a hard sounding heater.
That popped all throughout this ballpark. Here it is.
Throw it hard and swing it hard. See who wins out. We've seen a few strikeouts tonight.
Boy, that's 12 for Detroit.
15 on the other side.
Yeah. Brandon Barnes He's 0 for 3. It's going to be fun if he singles or walks or gets on first somehow to see if he will run. That's strike one. And Dominguez on deck.
I was waiting for a second to see if you were going to break out the calculator on that one.
There are several ways. Shall we count the ways he could reach first? We always do that with scoring from third. Fewer than 2 outs, right? But we don't do it on getting to first. No balls, 2 strikes. 9 straight have been set down by Tigers relievers. Ortega with 2 perfect innings. He struck out 3. That includes Porcello's last out and his 7 innings of work, the 9 straight. In the dirt for ball 1.
Game 29, first extra inning game, and it comes on the night where you had the late flight in. Just kind of the crazy nature of this game.
That's baseball, isn't it? You guys probably knew something like this was in store.
I hate hearing that "you guys" stuff.
Way outside, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Benoit, here's a note about him, Ash. Back in 02, he had a major league record of 7 innings pitched to get a save. I don't even know how that's possible to you.
I thought they had the rule book. If you pitch 6, you automatically get a save, no matter what happens.
And he strikes out the side in the 10th. Moving this game to the 11th inning. Tied. Detroit 3, Houston 3. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Feed it.
You're about ready to be fed right now, aren't you? It's mealtime again after.
It gets that way.
Yeah, after 10 innings. There's the pitching breakdown. Lyle started 5 good innings. Blackley, Clemens, Ambrose, Wright, Veras, now Keuchel. Jose Cisneros still out there in the bullpen. Prince Fielder takes the first pitch. There's ball 1. Dallas Keuchel at a 1-2-3-10.
What I have awaiting is some luscious strawberries at home, and there is some chocolate that will be covering them soon.
Oh, nice.
Soon is the operative word here.
Now Keuchel falls behind Fielder 2-0. A guy who has tremendous power. Fielder looks at it. And it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Fielder scored the tying run in the 8th inning after being hit by a pitch from Wesley Wright. He scored on an error by Rick Ankiel. 3 balls, 1 strike. Bill Porter's club led 3-2 after 4, and he changed his outfield alignment in the 7th inning, bringing Ankiel off the bench. 2-hopper, and coming in from right field, here's Altuve. So that bullpen has really seen the appearances tonight.
Well, they've been effective other than that one unfortunate stretch in the 8th inning. Defense for the Astros can flat turn a double play.
Brocale's pitching staff hanging right in there. And now Don Kelly, a 3-game hitting streak, faking bunt, takes a strike.
Brownie, you think you're going to be watching the Cubs in the future playing somewhere at home other than Wrigley?
No? What do you think?
There's no way.
Somebody had a good line about that. See if you agree with this. Without Wrigley Field, the Cubs are the White Sox.
Well, they might hope to be that.
Kelly strikes out. 2 down.
You know, minus Wrigley and everything that kind of somehow combines there, you're probably not looking at your basic 37,000, 38,000 fans every day for a game.
Right.
Probably somewhere well shy.
No doubt. Tuiasosopo comes up. He struck out in the 8th inning. Die-hard fans sticking around to see what happens here in the 11th inning. Keuchel is doing well. There's strike 1. Tigers haven't had a hit since that Victor Martinez looping single over by the line. Rick Ankiel came over to field it back in the 8th inning that tied it.
Here's the good news for the Cubs, though. An independent team. The Schaumburg Boomers have offered the Cubs to be able to play in their home ballpark in the event it's needed.
Well, that was very charitable of them.
25 miles west of Wrigley.
What's the capacity there? Any idea?
Well, I don't know that they can pack 38,000 in there, but somewhere probably around 3 or 4.
3,800. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
But the offer's standing.
Nice to know they're not closing the door on that.
They need renovations at Wrigley, folks.
500 million? Is that what we're talking about?
I think that's right.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And the big hang-up is the large video screen they want to put up that could block the view of the rooftops across the street.
Yeah, how about that? Neighbors complaining.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Supposedly they'll get more night games in the deal if they get a deal.
We've been watching games from our rooftop for all these many decades. You can't take that away.
Exactly. Keuchel's maintaining a nice tempo. That could be important because the guys behind him could be zombie-like. They have not had a whole lot of sleep.
Sometimes you get those nights and it's your 25 hit night as a club. Seen in the minor leagues, guy just get off the bus, put on the uniform and go play, and 25 hits later they've won 17-1.
Yeah. 2-out walk, and Tuiasosopo's aboard. It's only the 3rd walk by Astros pitchers in this game, and the Tigers have not walked anybody. Peralta is 0 for 4 with 3 punch-outs. There's a shot into right field. Ankiel comes after it, and he will hold the runner to second base. Tuiasosopo did not get to 3rd on that with 2 outs. Pretty surprising. He didn't give it a shot. The ball was hit cleanly, but Ankiel was really deep.
I would imagine the reports for the Tigers as well as other clubs say the one guy probably not to challenge with the arm is Rick Ankiel. But it was Ankiel that had the problems earlier in the ball game and the error that cost that run.
Now pinch hitter coming up, Ryan Pena, switch hitting catcher, and Doug Roquel will go out to go over his strengths and weaknesses with Dallas Keuchel and Jason Castro. He's batting for Alex Avila, who was 0 for 3 with a walk. Pena's a veteran backstop, has been around for many years. Ramon Santiago, another switch hitter, is available on the bench. He is an infielder. Usually those middle infield types are held out until kind of the last available move by a manager because they're so versatile they can play anywhere in case of an injury. Dave Clark positioning his outfielders. And Pena's ready to go. Keuchel comes over. It's a foul ball, though. Strike one on Pena. 8 hits for the Tigers, 5 for the Astros, each club with 1 error. Pena is 31. He was born in Cuba. Just joined the Tigers this year. He's been with Atlanta and Kansas City earlier in his career, beginning in the 05 season as a Brave. Line shot to right. Tuyasa Sopo is being waved home by Brookins. Here's the throw to the plate. Castro with a tag. Oh, they got him. What a tremendous peg from Rick Ankiel in right. And Castro put the tag on Tuyasa Sopo. Big time play at home.
An amazing throw, and we talk about this arm all the time, but tell you what, the fans that are still around got treated to a terrific play by Rick Ankiel combining with Castro. That is hanging it out.
The Tigers were attempting to grab the lead. He made a bullet of a throw to home plate.
You cannot do it better, and there are very few people who have played this game who have that kind of an arm. Rick Ankiel, a lot of times he'll make some would-be throws but not cutting it loose, but this one, I mean, that's got to be, I'd love to see a radar gun on a throw like this, and right on the money.
That throw never got above shoulder high, did it?
Watched him in the spring during drills for the club, and that's what he would throw like time and time again, and I've been just dying to see him get this opportunity in a game.
And that clutch time, he made his 3rd outfield assist of the season. Now the Astros try to win it in the bottom of the 11th with Matt Dominguez leading it off. He's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Marwin Gonzalez to follow. Robbie Grossman due up third. A big night in strikeouts again for these Tiger pitchers. Even bigger for these Astros pitchers.
So how far could Rick Ankiel with that arm throw a football?
Oh boy. We'll have to ask him.
I would love to see that.
It would be a good question. You probably, being a teammate of Nolan Ryan's for years, heard the story about Nolan throwing a football, right?
Well, Tom House was the guy that used to have the guys throw footballs as part of the drill to strengthen your arm and to throw properly, pronating and the whole bit. And so I'm not sure what story you might be referring to.
When he was in high school?
Oh, no.
Supposedly when they were conducting these football throws, just general athletics program, and the baseball coach was watching, of course. Football coach was out there, and they were testing how far different athletes could throw football. He threw it the length of the football field, according to one story.
Wow.
Two balls, two strikes.
Now, wouldn't you like to see that play? You're down on your own one. Go deep. Well, how far are you talking about? Just go deep.
So that's one measure of arm strength. And then we often hear stories about scouts when they're looking at amateur players. One thing they judge power by is the height of the fly balls they hit.
So if you hit a pop-up on the infield, there's a height at which...
Yeah. Cabrera comes over into foul territory. 1 out. So if you hit a fly ball, it's caught, you know, say 280-foot fly ball. They'll look at how high it is as a possible measure of power.
Wow.
Have you heard that one?
No, I hadn't, but I had hit in my career many a pop-up that might have qualified me as a bonus baby.
Marwin Gonzalez is 0 for 3. The Astros have been out hit now 9-5. Detroit has stranded 8. Houston has left 1. Strike to Marwin. The Astros had that 3-2 lead in the 4th on Pena's home run. And then they started making moves. Jordan Lyles coming out after 5, and the outfield alignment shifting in the 7th. No balls, 2 strikes. But the tying run scored in the Tiger 8th inning, an unearned run. And that's the way it's been ever since then. And since their 8th inning hit, there hasn't been a hit by either team until the top of the 11th here. There are many strikeouts so far in Major League Baseball this season. Strikeouts are happening at a crazy rate. White Sox beat the Rangers 3-1 in Arlington, Texas. Backhanded Peralta. He throws accurately to fielder. 2 outs. Robbie Grossman comes up. He's 2 for 4. Cardinals held off the Brewers in Milwaukee 6-5. Jake Westbrook goes to 2-1, and his ERA is 1.07. Redbirds are now 17-11.
How do the Cardinals do it year after year?
Well, their bullpen has been subject to that question, certainly with the injury issues they've had this year. Jason Mott's been down, and they've lost some other guys in their bullpen too. And it has been quite a story, but they've worked their way into first place in the NL Central. They had good starting pitching. 1 ball, 1 strike. Somebody was throwing out stats on what Albert Pujols has hit since he left St. Louis and what Carlos Beltran has hit, and it's just been about the same.
So the two have washed, huh?
Pretty much. 2 balls and a strike.
I don't think the Angels were banking on that.
No, we're not banking on that. Albert's been banking on that.
Yes, he has.
Well, definitely playing hurt so far this year. Yeah, with that paycheck, that's a 10-year deal.
He's in year 2.
Two and 2 to Robbie Grossman.
Healthy swing by Robbie.
Jose Altuve's on deck.
Is it getting cold in here?
Yes. It's supposed to be, what, in the mid-40s, I believe, tonight, Ash, for a low.
I was concerned about my blood pressure there for a second. Maybe lack of sleep.
Thought you were going to say your petunias. 3 balls, 2 strikes. You wouldn't be the type of guy who would be concerned about petunias, though, would you?
I've never considered that. Although now that you put it in my head.
Rich fielder guarding the line at first. 3-2 coming to Robbie Grossman. He takes a walk. First Astro base runner since the 7th.
So Robbie Grossman, I believe, if memory serves, stole 1 base at AAA this year. Gets on a lot. Might he have the running game in mind here?
He might. 12 straight batters had been set down by Tigers pitching. St. Leland's club in a 3-3 game. Altuve has not reached base tonight. This one's not going anywhere there, and it's ball 1. Jason Castro's on deck.
Dave Clark, first base coach, is settled in right behind, even a foot in fair territory behind his runner Robbie Grossman.
Fielder's playing off the bag. Strike, and it's 1-1.
Sometimes you get a pitch to handle when you're maybe trying to provide a chance for a base runner to take a bag.
Torrey Hunter very deep in right field. And then no doubles type of alignment. Grossman takes off, and it's fouled. Oh boy, that could have gotten interesting.
It could have. That was somewhat of a quick move to the plate too. It is not Avila behind the dish anymore. Brian Pena has a strong arm, but we saw a great throw tonight from Avila.
That was on Grossman back in the 6th inning. The idea for the Tigers defensively is to make sure that that runner Grossman does not score on a ball hit by Altuve.
Now the reason he can bluff to first base there is right foot off the rubber. At that point you can do anything you want.
Cabrera to his left, throws to second for the force play on Grossman. To end the 11th inning, it's still tied at 3. You see the line score of a tie ball game through 11, and the Tigers were able to tie it in the 8th inning. We'll take a look back at some of the key plays of this game tonight from Minute Maid Park in that 8th inning. There's the hit by pitch as Wesley Wright plunks Prince Fielder, and then the fly ball to right field, looping in for a hit. Rick Ankiel is charged with an error on this as the tying run scores. Fielder coming around to score it on the hit by Martinez and the error by Ankiel. And then in the 11th inning, here's the Rick Ankiel throw to the plate. And it is an absolutely gorgeous throw.
Radar gun says 101. That was amazing. I think anybody who hung around and got to see that throw was rather impressed to say the least.
Too bad. There's Rick in right field. That was his 3rd outfield assist of the year. There's ball 1 to Omar Infante. Darren Downs in the bullpen for Detroit. Altuve positioned perfectly to throw out Infante. 1 out, and he's now 1 for 5. Now the incentive, of course, for Keuchel is to get Jackson and Hunter. That way Cabrera doesn't come up here in the 12th. Jackson singled and scored in the 3rd, and he has punched out 4 times in this game. Curve dips in for a strike from Dallas Keuchel. It's a 1-ball 1-strike count. Last year he had a 5.27 ERA for Houston. He made 16 starts and did not make a relief appearance. That goes foul. No balls, 2 strikes the count. At Oklahoma City he did not pitch in relief last year. But with the Astros this season, he's been able to stretch it out. He had a stint in Oakland on April 16th of 3 scoreless innings. Foul ball back. Still a 0-2 count. So Dallas has taken well to this role. It's not an easy one. Long relief. A lot of unpredictability to those long relief roles. Sometimes many days in between relief performances, but he has excelled in these situations.
I think there's the tendency to think of a long reliever as the guy who comes in mop-up roles, but this type of game comes along and you realize how valuable that long guy can be.
Boy, you're right about that. Yeah, it's just unusual that it would happen this way. There's a looping fly ball hit into shallow right field right off the end of the bat by Austin Jackson. He's aboard and he's 5 for 5 in steals this season. That's hit number 2 of the night for Jackson.
Right off the end of the bat, don't have to hit him hard. It's all about location. And with Austin Jackson, he certainly is that threat to be able to run. Can Dallas Keuchel speed things up enough to keep Jackson aboard at first?
Well, it helps that he's left-handed.
I've talked to some good base stealers through the years who would comment and say, you know, I have an easier time against left-handers. But
true.
That I think at times can be a rarity.
Torrey Hunter had an RBI single in the 3rd. He also has a walk tonight.
That's the move right there, Brownie. That little slide step from the lefty, from the righty, doesn't really matter. Once you do that, first base coach says, well, if that's what he's going to do, the timing element says we can't make it.
You're right. And that is so important to base stealers. Boy, he has a wide stance. Fly ball right field toward the line. Long run here for Rick Ankiel. He gets back there and makes the catch. Now he slips. He was thinking about throwing back to first. 2 outs. He slipped on that other play earlier in the game.
That ice along the glass is just unpredictable.
Yeah. He need to sharpen his skates for tomorrow night. 2 down, and now here's the big man, Miguel Cabrera. He has 2 hits and an RBI tonight. Will Porter comes out. Next fielder on deck.
Well, I would imagine this is a conversation, number one, about how you do want to pitch Miguel Cabrera, and that would be rather gingerly, I would certainly think. At the same time, you've got an awfully tough bat, Prince Fielder, coming up behind Cabrera, but he's left-handed. And so maybe the comment was, look, pitch him tough. If you walk him, so be it, and go after the left-hander.
The Astros have their 3, 4, 5 hitters due up in the bottom of the inning. Castro, Pena, and Carter. Right side of the infield is wide open for Miguel Cabrera. Here's ball one as he does not go fishing on it. Back in the 5th inning, he was at the plate with 2 outs and nobody on. The count went to 1 and 2, and with this type of defensive alignment, he just grounded the ball through into right field for a single. Apparently he's not going to see anything here. It's 2 balls, no strikes.
Miguel Cabrera is a good enough hitter, and he's been through this enough times to know he's not going to go fishing after something that he can't handle either.
Three and 0.
I don't think that was frustration on the face of Bo Porter, just acceptance of what this reality situation is.
He did not see a pitch to swing at. He took a 4-pitch walk. Now 2 on, 2 outs for Prince Fielder. Fielder is 1 for 4. He was hit by a pitch and scored that tying run in the 8th.
That was as close to intentional as you'll see when it's not intentional.
Yeah. Pretty rare to see an intentional walk with a runner at first base.
Barry Bonds saw one with the bases loaded once.
True. Well, Fielder was facing the lefty Wesley Wright, who hit him with that pitch in the 8th inning. Now, as he looks out at another lefty reliever, the 3rd lefty reliever of the game for the Astros, likely also. He fouls at strike 1.
That was a decent hack by Fielder.
Keuchel's thrown 41 pitches. One ball and 1 strike to Fielder. Don Kelly is on deck. Not suggesting a walk to Fielder here in this situation, but Kelly usually is not the number 5 hitter on the Tigers. He bats left. Fly ball near the left field line. Grossman on the run. It will go back into the seats. 1 and 2. They're happy they stayed.
Longtime Tiger Brandon Inge gets himself a souvenir.
Thought he was with Pittsburgh now, Ash.
He loves to take in ball games when he's not playing.
Okay.
There's one happy family.
Way outside, and it's 2 and 2 now. Prince Fielder. He's had some monstrous years, including 09 when he drove in 141 to lead the National League with Milwaukee. Kelly on deck. Fielder, a first-round pick of the Brewers in 02. Ground ball, Altuve. Tossing to Gonzalez for the forced play on Cabrera. And it's no runs a hit, 2 men left for the Astros. We go to the bottom of the 12th inning. It's tied at 3. And pitcher number 4 is on the mound warming up. He is Darren Downs, a lefty, 28 years old, from Southfield, Michigan. Carlos Pena is watching, as he does. He'll be due up second in the inning. A lefty because it's Castro, Pena, 2 left-handed batters, then Carter for the Astros here in the 12th. Darren Downs with those numbers for 10 2/3 innings.
He's allowed a couple of home runs in those 10 2/3 innings. That's my focal point.
Oh, yeah.
Opposition hitters hitting just a $184 though.
Well, actually, lefties at 235, better than right-handed hitters so far. 143 against Downs. So the lefty hitters Castro and Pena will get it started, or maybe Castro can finish it. He hit a 2-run homer in the first inning. He's 1 for 4 in this game. Joaquin Benoit in 2 hitless innings, walked 1 and fanned 3. Jose Ortega had 2 hitless innings. So this is quite a job by this Detroit relief corps, working after Rick Porcello went the first 7. Downs pitched in yesterday's game against Minnesota. This was his first year on an opening day roster. Pitched in 18 games last year with the Tigers, going 2-1 with a 3.48 ERA. He pumps in strike 1 as the bottom of the 12th gets underway. But Downs has spent 10 years in the minors. He was drafted in 03 by the Cubs. He has had some perseverance. Detroit signed him or a year ago last November as a free agent. No balls, 2 strikes. Tigers have out-hit the Astros 10-5. Each club has 1 error. Detroit has stranded 10. Houston has left 2.
That's pretty impressive. 11th inning, you've left just 2 runners on and you're tied, obviously.
Yeah, it is. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Orioles lead the Angels 2-0. They're in the bottom of the 6th inning in Anaheim. Angels are 10 17. Rolled out to second. Infante over the fielder. That's 1 out for Downs.
Everybody talked back in the spring about the Angels pitching staff and that it was going to be problematic, but in no way did I imagine the Angels with Josh Hamilton now, along with Albert Pujols, and a lineup that looked like it was going to thump, that they would have this kind of a slow start.
True. It's been pretty shocking. Carlos Pena reached the seats in left field with home run number 3 of the year. That was in the 4th inning. He's 1 for 4. It's Joe Blanton shutting out the Angels tonight for Baltimore. Nationals down the Braves 3-1 in Atlanta. Dan Herron squaring his record at 3-3. He beat Chris Medlin. And Rafael Soriano got his 9th save. Dan Uggla hit his 5th homer. It's a good Nationals Braves is a good matchup in the NL East right now. Strike to Pena. Both teams expected to perform well this year. Luke Picconen is warming up for Detroit now.
The only difference being that I think most people felt that the Nationals would be the possibly runaway best club in that division.
True. Braves have been astonishing with what Justin Upton has done as their new outfielder. Brother BJ hasn't quite hit his stride yet.
Justin's got some amazing pop.
He really does. White Sox top the Rangers tonight 3-1 as Hector Santiago took the win over Justin Grimm. And the Rangers have had their share of pitching injuries as well this year. Matt Harrison's out for a while. 2 balls and a strike with Chris Carter on deck. They were postponed in Kansas City, where the Rays and Royals were scheduled to meet tonight. Is that the front that's moving down this way, or has already arrived here?
I would imagine it went up in that blowing gale. I'm not sure what he's doing outside other than making it cold in here.
Yeah, it's getting quite a lot chillier in here. A shot on the ground through the left side of the infield, and Pena's aboard with a 1-out 12th inning single. I mean, he's done that several times this year.
But if Carlos Pena wants to have a rebound year this year, put up amazing numbers, this would be a terrific way to go about it. He's hitting the ball sharply the other way. We've seen a lot of shifts put on against Carlos. This will turn that shift around very quickly.
Chris Carter is 0 for 4. He has not been able to get the ball out of the infield tonight. In the dirt, ball 1, good pick up by Pena. Ankiel is on deck. Carter's hitting .200 against lefties. This one goes foul. It's a ball and a strike to Chris. Looks at it, it's strike 2. First extra inning game for Bo Porter's club this season. Carter takes it. The appeal went first. He checked his swing. Marty Foster with that call. The count runs to 2-2 now on Chris. Now Brandon Laird has come out to the on-deck circle to replace Rick Ankiel.
Got man here lately.
Carter looks at it, and it's a full count now.
Well, you put your runner in motion. Looks like Jim Leland is going to keep Prince Fielder right at the bag to cut down on that lead and jump. Now with 1 out, I may be stretching the point right there.
Because Carter has struck out 48 times.
I just wonder, is this a time where you throw caution to the wind? No, he doesn't go.
That's strike 3. 2 outs.
See what Chris Carter saw here. Looks like it's high enough.
Now the pinch hitter is Brandon Laird, batting for Rick Ankiel. Laird brings a batting average of .250. 2 homers, 5 runs batted into this confrontation. As a pinch hitter, he's 0 for 1. Jim Leland is coming out. He has the right-hander Luke Pitconen warmed up. He's going to go to Pitconen. And it's tied 3-3 in the 12th. Back in a moment. playing in the bottom of the 12th inning, 2 outs. And the Astros now have been watching as the pitching change has been made by Jim Leyland, bringing in this 26-year-old right-hander, Luke Pitconen. 1-0 at Toledo. 16 2/3 innings there. Just recalled today with a 2.16 ERA. Last year he was in 12 games for the Tigers.
And last year being his first year in the big leagues, made his major league debut with Detroit.
He's from Wheaton, Illinois. Went to the University of North Carolina. 3rd round pick in 07 by the Tigers. And it's Brandon Laird as the pinch hitter now for Rick Ankiel. Fernando Martinez started the game in this number 6 spot in the order. He had 2 at-bats. Then the Astros had a lead and made some defensive moves. Ankiel went into that spot. And strike 1 to Laird. So now Laird is the 3rd guy to play in this spot in the order for the Astros tonight. Brandon was 2 for 11 on the road trip. Broken bat roller out to Peralta. And he throws to fielder in the dirt, but Prince picks it out for the final out of the 12th inning. We move to the 13th, and it's still tied at 3. Pinch hitting for Rick Ankiel, and we have other changes as well. Chris Carter has moved from first base to left field. So there's Laird at first. Carter, who was the first baseman, is now in left. Bobby Grossman, who was in left, has moved over to center. And Brandon Barnes is in right.
Well, if we're going to play a long time, we're going to make it difficult on the score sheet. That is where we're going to go.
Yeah, Grossman started the game in center, then he moved to left. Now he's back in center. Barnes started the game in right, then he moved to center. Now he's back in right. We go to inning number 13 now, and Don Kelly leads it off. There's strike 1 on Kelly. And Dallas Keuchel is working effectively. Got out of 12th inning trouble by getting fielder. This fly ball is going to be inside the left field line for a line drive hit. Carter will get it in, but not in time to get Kelly, who's pretty speedy, getting to second. And a leadoff line drive double here in the 13th.
He does run well. That was just slash away, do a little curvature down the left field side and take off running. Now we'll see how the Tigers play this. You get that leadoff double, it creates small ball opportunities.
Kelly turns around to second base. Now we'll see how they do play it. Matt Tuiasosopo coming up. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. The corner infielders are pinching in. Dominguez and Laird.
And now one of those moments where make sure and go out to the mound and have all question marks covered. A lot of times the big question mark for a pitcher is, what do I do in a bunt scenario? If it's on the first base side, third base side, where am I covering? Other times you're trying to get that base runner heading to third base, and so what is the best option to make that happen? Usually it means you leave your third baseman, in this case Dominguez, back at the bag, covering only a bunt that's pushed past a pitcher covering, likely Keuchel on the third base side.
Kelly's hit was the 11th by a Tiger tonight. Keuchel's thrown 47 pitches. There's a strike there to Tuiasosopo.
And usually as a hitter in this scenario, you don't like to give up a strike that can otherwise be used to try to move the runner. You can see just about any version of that move towards second base. Seems anymore the lead foot doesn't have to really stride towards second. If the eyes eventually look in that direction, it's a legal move.
He went for it. No balls and 2 strikes to Tuiasosopo.
Give up that first strike, you take it, and then suddenly comes a wicked slider down and in. You can't stop the bat. And now 2 strikes.
This is the 4th inning for Keuchel tonight. And he breaks one off and gets it. Big strikeout as the runner does not advance.
Yeah, if you're an Astros fan, that's underlined, bold print, italicized, big out.
Strikeout number 17 for Astros pitchers. Johnny Peralta's the batter. He singled in the 11th inning. He's 1 for 5. Looks at strike 1.
Roger Clemens got 20 strikeouts in 9 innings.
Amazing, isn't it?
Rocket. I was just going to say, Rocket, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah. Keuchel is pitcher number 7 for Houston. Detroit has used 5.
Yeah, that's well spotted.
1-1.
The inside corner is the tough one to get.
Well, Bo Porter has used long relievers in long distance outings this year. It's happened several times.
Well, it's what can happen when, as a manager, you feel like you're in a ball game, you have a chance to win, you've got a 1-run lead and you're holding it for a while, and you go to the bullpen back and forth and you're bringing guys in for an inning and 2/3 of an inning and whatever the case may be, and pretty soon the bullpen gets very thin.
The ground ball hit. Kelly to third. Brookins is stopping him there as Carter comes up with it and gets it in. And it's 1st and 3rd, 1 out for Detroit on the single by Peralta.
With that ground ball on the left side in front of Kelly, he had to freeze ever so briefly, but that moment of freezing left him unable to score. With Peralta, you're thinking, well, I knew that ball was in the hole all the way, but if you're Donnie Kelly, you can't quite tell initially, and you can see the hesitation. And that's enough to keep you from scoring.
Now with runners at first and third and one out, it's catcher Brian Pena, double play possibility here. Infante's on deck. Peralta, the runner at first, has 1 stolen base in 2 attempts this season. Keuchel checks him with a throw. Tigers coming into this game had 10 stolen bases in 12 tries. All the sluggers they have in their lineup, not really necessary for them to steal a lot of bases to generate offense. They were 13th in the American League in steals last year with 59. Out of play, there's strike 1. For Jason Castro at this point. All the squatting he's been doing.
He had a first inning home run, a 2-run shot.
And
now grinding away all night long. Life of the catcher.
On last night in New York and the night before. Bounce foul. Was on a flight. Got to bed maybe 5 o'clock today.
You mean he didn't have an appearance?
No, he didn't have an appearance. No balls, 2 strikes. Don Kelly's the runner there, and Johnny Peralta there. Ryan Pena was born in Havana, Cuba. Tight. 1-2 to Brian Pena. And he's been a typical backup catcher throughout his career. The most at bats he's ever had in a season. 2011 with Kansas City, he had 222.
Always still sitting here.
Flared foul, and that will be dropping and bouncing into the seats. Still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Right in the cap. Now, unlike other attempts at foul balls, holding kids, this is not reckless endangerment here. He did that with panache.
I'm not so sure. It looked like the feet were getting ready to fail me now.
Oh, no, you don't want to go down holding that kid. Like all the highlight shows. That one again inside. Makes it 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Pena. Nobody warming up for the Astros. Bo Porter has his man on the mound. He's going to decide it. He has Jose Cisnero if this game should really wear on longer term. Swing and a miss. Pena strikes out. 2 down.
Now you want to talk about big outs. I can't say which one is bigger, the strikeout of Tuiasosopo or this one right here of Pena, but just enormous from Keuchel.
That's some pressure work for Dallas Keuchel. And now he'll try to put up a 0 by getting Infante. Omar doubled and scored in the 3rd inning.
Now Castro's going to let the infield know that in the event that runner from first base Peralta takes off running, my hunch would be he's not going to throw through. Seen teams that have that play where the throw looks like it's going to go to second, but the pitcher cuts it.
Ball one to Infante.
I once took Dennis Eckersley right out of the ballgame with that play. He didn't realize the play was on. I fired it back, hit him in the head. He had to be carted off. Right after he'd struck out his 200th man, I believe in his rookie season. Yankee players up on the top step were high-fiving each other and cheering me on because I had gotten their least favorite player out of the game.
Wow.
I believe it was the final day of the season too.
Now, if you're the runner at third and you want to break on that throw to second, what is your cue to break? The ball leaves the catcher's hand? Or?
Well, yeah, you're probably edging. And it depends on the speed and instincts of the runner. That's such a big part. But as soon as you see it leave the catcher's hand and it looks like a real throw, that's when you're gone. And that's why that play can be so effective.
Right. 1-1.
You cut it loose, looking like you're firing to second base, and it's a pitcher cut it off play. Don't see any teams doing that sort of thing anymore.
No.
We even had, and this was back in the mid-70s, we had a play where the shortstop would break towards second and then break straight in toward the mound, and you'd throw in that direction.
Yep. Kelly's dancing off third. Fly ball left field. Carter coming in. What a job by Dallas Keuchel in his fourth relief inning. Leadoff double, and then first and third one out, and he puts up a 0 in the 13th.
Keuchel just keeps battling, and he's given his Astros teammates a chance to win this ball game. And coming out of an inning, that half inning looked like the Tigers were certainly going to get on the board with at least one.
Chris Carter caught that fly ball, and now it's Dallas Keuchel with that pitching line. 4 innings, 5 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Here's Brandon Barnes leading it off in the home 13. Fly ball left field. Let's see if Brandon Barnes might be able to get one up into the seats. Not quite. Caught by Tuiasa Sopo. 1 out. Fans were hopeful.
Broadcasters were hopeful.
And now it's Matt Dominguez. By the way, is Julia still here? Do you know?
Yeah, well, if she's not, she's going to get a call from one of us. I know that.
Guys, I'm down here. I am on standby down here, ready to go in case something happens.
Was it you, Julia, begging for a quick game before the game started tonight?
Don't put that on me. I wasn't the only one saying that.
We're reminded that it was probably your fault.
I think some of the guys were even saying that too. Like, let's get this one. Let's get out of here. Meaning they probably got home a lot later than that plane landed.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of the that's baseball saying when you get into this type of scenario. 1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Dominguez. He's 0 for 4 with 3 punch outs. Marwin Gonzalez next. It's 1 and 2. Ash, do you remember the longest game you played in?
Wow. I would probably put it in the neighborhood of 16, 17 innings. I remember it used to occur to me, oh, please don't let this be one of those 25-inning games.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
The Angels were involved in a 19-inning game, I believe, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And, I'm not sure who their opponent was in that game.
Oakland, right?
Was it Oakland in that game?
It was Oakland.
The thing is, neither one of those teams was on the wake of a long midnight travel arrangement.
No. Strike him out looking.
But then neither one of those teams had one of their broadcasters talking before the game about a short game.
Yeah. Conan made his pitch. Now Marwin Gonzalez comes up. Marwin looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 5. 0 for 4. He shoots that one foul or strike 1. Well, Porter has 2 position players available still. Ronnie Cedeno and Carlos Corporate. Jim Leland has Santiago on his bench. It's 1 and 1. Jose Cisnero had begun to warm up, and Dallas Keuchel was pitching to Infante in the top of the inning. But he has sat down now. In for a strike, and it's 1 and 2. The Astros and Dodgers played a 22-inning game back in June of '89. Little dribbler goes foul. Still a 1 ball, 2 strike count.
Is that the longest game dating back to that '89 season?
Yeah, that's the longest, and it was 7 hours and 14 minutes, Ash. So we have a ways to go to.
That'll mess up post-game festivities.
Yeah, it will. That was a Saturday night, and the next day we played a 13-inning game.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Getaway day.
Yeah. 2 and 2. And you'll love this. The Dodgers in the Astrodome. That was a 3-game series, and Vin Scully was doing the NBC game of the week in St. Louis. He did that game in the afternoon and did the 22-inning game at night.
Oh my goodness. Well, was Tommy Lasorda still managing it?
He was.
That post-game pasta spread would have taken a severe hit on that one.
Bet it would have. And then the 13-inning game on Sunday took a while, and then on Monday the Astros were off. But Vin Scully and the Dodgers were in Atlanta, where he broadcast a doubleheader.
Oh no! Wow! That's why, or one of the reasons, he's known as the Great One, huh?
Yes, it is. And there are many. Oh yeah, I'm sure that he did it without a mistake. In every inning of every game. Yes.
Poetic.
Yes. Always.
21st inning was One of the most poetic of his life.
Little roller and Cabrera to his left. Takes care of out number 3. We go to inning number 14. It's tied at 3. Inning number 14 is next here from Minute Maid Park. Tigers 3, Astros 3, 12 hits to 6 in favor of Detroit, each club with 1 error. And Dallas Keuchel has really been standing tall for the Astros since coming in relief with 4 shutout innings of relief work as the 7th pitcher in this game for Bull Porter. Jose Cisnero, right-handers, warming up now. But Dallas really had a superb 13th inning. He gave up a leadoff double. And then after a strikeout, a single, he had first and third 1 out, struck out Pena, got Infante. And now to the top of the order, and Austin Jackson. He shoots one toward the right field corner, a slicing fly ball that is fair. And now it kicks out of play for an opposite field double for Jackson. His 3rd hit of the game.
And 2nd straight inning for the Tigers where they get a leadoff double, and they failed to score the previous time. Just slice it down that right field line. Inside out swing. Austin Jackson is a heck of a young player.
He's at second base now for Torrey Hunter. Hunter singled in a run in the 3rd. He walked in the 8th. Gonzalez tries to keep the runner close. Hunter showing signs of push bunting, and he takes ball 1.
This is where Matui Asisopo struck out in the 13th inning after that leadoff double. And so we'll see how Torrey Hunter tries to play this.
Cabrera's on deck. So Torrey Hunter wants to get Jackson to 3rd for Cabrera. Wouldn't mind driving him in himself.
Keuchel came right in on the hands, and it left Hunter with no alternative but to try to pull something.
Yeah. He might come back with that pitch. Be very effective in trying to prevent the runner from advancing.
Rally caps are in abundance.
Two balls and a strike to Torrey Hunter, with Jackson, the speedy one there. Jackson scored 103 runs last year for Detroit. Grounded, and that'll get him to 3rd. Altuve over to Laird. Hunter does his job. That's out number 1.
That is how you play this game professionally. I don't think Cabrera is going to get a chance to put the Tigers on top.
Nope. He'll get a free pass.
And I think you have to play it this way. Number one, he's the premier run producer in Major League Baseball and has been for some time. But at the same time, with the left-handed batter on deck, you've got to play for the double play.
Well, Prince Fielder will be coming up with runners at first and third and 1 out.
I don't think you could get better protection than Prince Fielder for your 3-hitter, but that's how good Cabrera is.
Cabrera takes the stroll. And Fielder, who came up after Cabrera walked in the 12th inning, it was not intentional, but Cabrera didn't see anything good at all to swing at. Then bounced into a play to end it. And the Astros love to have him bounce into a twin killing ride here.
Prince finds a little humor in this. They're going to walk him intentionally.
Bring up Don Kelly. And the base is loaded, 1 out for Kelly. And then Tuiasosopo follows him. Set up a force at any base. It'll mean that the top 2 hitters don't swing the bat in the inning.
Keep in mind it was Don Kelly lining the double down the left field side to start the 13th.
Base is loaded, 1 out.
Don Kelly has some very skewed numbers this year. Limited opportunities, but tearing up left-hand pitching and getting abused by right-handers.
Bo Porter comes out.
Maybe options on where plays might go. If it's hit slowly in the infield, come home, get a force out there. If it's hit sharply, you can get the double play, go through second base to Dallas Keuchel. Start your double play to Castro, the catcher. Got probably a number of scenarios you can run through.
Well, there was one of those last night, and the eventual winning run scored on it in New York. Bo talked about it after the game on Ichiro's double play ball. They had talked it over, but he thought Jose Altuve made the right decision. In tight. Kelly looks at Ballmer.
Yeah, the Astros got a double play on that play, but it was the non-forced double play in the end, and because of that, the run was coming in from third base, did score.
Yeah. Nunez scored what proved to be the winning run. The ball just wasn't hit hard enough for the Astros' liking anyway. Kelly's had just 28 at-bats this year. Now it's 2-0 to him. After the 2 intentional walks, Keuchel trying to target that strike zone now.
Well, you would certainly guess fastball, but is Don Kelly green lighted here to swing at it?
He does. He bounces one into right field. That'll score Jackson and give the Tigers the lead 4-3. Don Kelly has come off the bench in this game to become a major factor now as it gives Detroit the lead.
And you have to watch out now because sometimes that one can break the dike wide open. In fact, I'm surprised that 2 runs didn't score on this ground ball that sneaks through the right side.
Now Bo Porter, Tuiasa Sopo coming up. He's going to go to his right-hander. That's tough for Dallas Keuchel. He just rejoined the Astros. He's thrown 78 pitches. And has to be feeling the effects of a long night's work. With a lot of pressure work also in these extra innings tonight. 4-3 is the score. We'll be right back. Tigers have just taken their first lead of the night, and now it's Jose Cisnero coming in, and he will be pitcher number 8 for the Astros.
Cisnero has shown a very good arm and very competitive on the hill since coming up to the club. You can see it in the ERA, 117, 5 hits allowed, and just 1 walk in 7 2/3 innings. Right now, what he'd love to get is that ground ball to create the double play that ends the inning.
Tuiasa Sopo will be the batter with the bases loaded and 1 out. Cisnero coming in for his 4th major league appearance. The first one went well here against Seattle. 3 2/3 innings of 2-hit shutout baseball. And he had a 2-inning scoreless stint at Boston. And there it is for a strike. It's ball 1. Okay. Pretty good.
Apparently it must have bent a bit low.
Evidently so. Tuiasa Sopo hitless in this game. It's upstairs and it's 2-0.
Think Jason Castro earns the night off tomorrow?
Oh, he should. Bud Norris will be pitching. Right. 2-1.
Castro might have that ability to say, Skip, I'm fine.
He might. Well, everybody in the bullpen has worked now. Shortstop into left center field. That'll score a couple. And the Tigers lead by 3. Tuiasa Sopo into second. 2-run double for him. Cabrera coming in and fielder behind him.
Down around the knees, but it caught a lot of plate. Now this throw from Robbie Grossman, should this go into the cutoff man in the middle of the field, shortstop position, or should it come back into second base and possibly take a shot at Tuiasosopo? I'm not so sure that they didn't have a chance there at second.
Yeah, might have. Now the infield comes in. Johnny Peralta's the batter. Ball 1 to him. Peralta has 2 hits tonight. 15 hits for Detroit, 6 for Houston. Tigers lead it now 6-3 on the 2-run double by Tuiasosopo. Strike makes it 1-1. These guys on the Tigers who get to come off the bench, this is a big day for them, obviously. They do not get a lot of playing time. Plenty of star power in this Detroit lineup, so they have a chance to have a night of it. That's driven deep to right field. Barnes backing on it. And there for the catch. Here's the tag at third. And it'll be 7-3 as both runners move up on the sacrifice fly. Peralta drives in a run. That gives him his 13th run batted in. Kelly scoring, Tuiasosopo taking third.
Like I say, sometimes you get that first run when it looks to everybody like there's no way you can score a run. All of a sudden the floodgates open, and not exactly floodgates here, but in terms of the way the game had gone, it might feel that way.
Well, the intentional walks really helped the inning mushroom because the Astros pitchers did not get the guys after those who were walked intentionally. Brian Pena was strike 1. That's the risk the manager runs when he does put those guys on intentionally. But he felt it was his best chance to get out of it without having to face the best 1-2 punch around right now in Cabrera and Fielder.
Well, even the base hit by Donnie Kelly was just a kind of a slow bouncer that found the hole on the right side.
Yeah.
So you can't fault the move. You took your best shot to try to get out without any damage. And I think Bo has to feel comfortable with that.
Well, his club battled the Yankees last night and lost by 1, and has been battling the Tigers now all night on this one. Up the middle, and that one backhanded. Altuve with a throw on 1 hop to Laird. That's quite a play to end it. But the Tigers sent 8 men to the plate, and 4 of them scored. They lead at 7-3. The Astros here in the 14th inning as Orbit entertains.
He's not the only entertainer in the house.
He has kept the fans involved, and hopefully they will be cheering something big in the bottom of the 14th. Tigers have made it rough though with scoring 4 times in the top half of the inning, and now Luke Pitkonen could be on his way to his first major league win. He was 0-2 last year with Detroit. Big 6'6" right-hander from Wheaton, Illinois, has been handed this golden opportunity for the victory for Jim Leyland's Tigers.
Well, if you like your chances in the first inning, if you're the Astros on top of the order, you've got a like chance here in the 14th. Started from right at the top.
Robbie Grossman, he has a double, a single, and a walk tonight. Pitkonen, pitcher number 5 for Jim Leyland in this game. He throws strike 1. That one missed. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Flips up a curveball. That works for a strike. 1-2. Detroit did not lead until scoring 4 in the top of this inning. The appeal goes to third, and the swing is called there. Tim Welke with the call. He's the crew chief, and it's a strikeout.
I wonder if there's any more tendency to call a check swing as a swing in the 14th inning than in maybe the 3rd or 4th.
A lot of people would wonder that. You're right. Umpires would say no. Jose Altuve looks at ball 1. That was strikeout number 2 for Pitkonen. Dallas Keuchel in 4 1/3 innings allowed 7 hits, 4 runs, walking 4, fanning 4. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dallas threw 78 pitches. One and two. Tell you what, you know, if the researchers really wanted to do something, they could research how many outings the Astros have had so far. This is game number 29, in which a relief pitcher had thrown at least 50 pitches. I'll bet it's been a few.
Well, with the number of poor starts that have happened, we know 3 in a 5-day span that didn't get out of the first inning. So, yeah, there have been a bunch.
And Bo Porter has set up the club that way for just that eventuality. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jordan Lyles threw 73 pitches as the starter. Dallas Keuchel threw 5 more pitches than that as the guy who took this game in the extra innings. And there's a walk to Jose Altuve. First time he's been on tonight. That is walk number 10 for Jose this year.
Yeah, as I recall, and I'm just going by recollection, this was a rather slickly moving ball game early on. Jordan Lyles had a nice start on the evening.
Yeah.
Rick Porcello was very good for the Tigers.
A Lance Parrish fan here.
He's a big man, still is a big man.
Altuve will trot to second base without a play. Jason Castro takes a strike. Castro hit a 2-run homer in the first. He's 1 for 5. Fielder's indifference on Altuve.
Take it when it's there.
Yes. You just never know what might happen. No balls, 2 strikes to Jason.
Seen this happen where the following play was one of those ground balls where the only play the infield was going to make was a force play at second base, and it was no longer presented.
That's right. Carlos Pena's on deck. And Castro's down on strikes. Ryan Pena throws. 2 outs. Now the Tigers 1 out away from win number 16 of the year.
The ball game this year with the most combined strikeouts. Could it be this one?
Yeah. 15 strikeouts by the Tiger pitchers, 18 by the Astro pitchers. Conan just got number 16. There's 2 more. Okay, they've got 17 now. The Astros have 18. 35 strikeouts. Pena will try to get one going here. He has a homer and a single. Carter on deck. He looks at ball 1. No strikes. Game started at 7:10 or thereabouts. It's 11:57 right now.
I'll let you know, I heard from Jim Deshaies just a few minutes ago.
What did he chime in on?
He was happy for us in the opportunity to work into the 14th.
He had a day game, so he's gloating, right?
I think that's what it's all about.
We'll be able to see JD in June, right, at Wrigley Field in person.
If they're still playing there.
Is he singing at the 7th inning stretch there yet?
Hey!
2 balls and a strike. Strike 2 to Pena. When Pena hit his homer in the 4th, it was 3-2 Astros. They have not scored since that 4th inning with 1 out. Single in the 6th, another single in the 7th, another single in the 12th.
Look at this fan back behind Carlos Pena.
Ooh. He's tilted. Wants to get a different angle on the game, Ash.
Yes, he does.
In the dirt, and Pena stops it. Now it's a full count to Carlos. How are the Jim Deshaies Cubs doing this year anyway? Let's see. 11-15. No, that's the White Sox. They were 11-16 before their game today. And they lost. That'll end it, as the Tigers, who never led until the top of the inning, win it in the 14th, 7-3 with a 4-run frame. Detroit moving to 16-11. Houston is 8-21. After game 1 of this 4-game series, we'll be right back.
A nice round, 36 strikeouts. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, 36.